From Hazare, where Goa police has now just reached the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat, the late TikTok star and BJP leader who was killed at a Goa hotel a few days back. On the face of it, looks like an overdose of drugs, but then there is an element of conspiracy which the police is investigating. In fact, it's likely that the matter might go to the CBI, with the Haryana government having already recommended that to its Goa counterpart on the request of Sonali Phogat's family. But this is also an equally important scene of crime, or a place that needs to be investigated. Remember, in the immediate aftermath of the death of Sonali Phogat, there are certain things that had gone missing.
मला ते फील झालं आणि पहिल्यांदा मी अरविंदच्या विरोधात अशा प्रकारचे नोट काढले आणि माझी अपेक्षा आहे कसे की मी बोलत होतो तुम्ही मला गुरु म्हणत होते, मग ते कुठं गेलं तुमचं असं ते विचार. ज्या विचारामध्ये एवढं सुंदर पुस्तक होतं गांधीजींचं, तर ते सगळं ठीक चुकीचं गेलेलं. परंतु काम करत आलो. लोकशिक्षण लोकजागृती आणि लोकशिक्षण लोकजागृतीतून लोकांनी उभं व्हावं, अशा वाईट गोष्टींना आळा घालावा, हा माझा उद्देश आहे. मी तर काही लग्न केलं नाही. माझा उद्देश आहे समाज, आणि म्हणून मी जे बोलतो ते एवढ्यासाठी बोलतो की समाजमध्ये जागृती व्हावी, लोकशिक्षण व्हावं. ज्या दिवशी लोक म्हणतील जगात, तर मी आंदोलन करतच आलो आहे.
पर सुन रहे थे अन्ना हजारे ने सीएम केजरीवाल.
Well, that was Anna Hazare making a comment on the letter he has written to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, reprimanding his former protege for a liquor policy which increases liquor consumption and generally creates a situation where everyone in society, particularly women and youngsters, are made to face liquor vends in their close neighborhoods and vicinity, obviously aimed at increasing revenues for the government. But this is not the same Arvind Kejriwal, according to Anna Hazare, who was with him. Let's go to Aishwarya on that note. Aishwarya, Anna Hazare coming out and reiterating what he has mentioned in the letter. This should be an embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, Aishwarya, is it?
Embarrassment like how? It's a Guru-Chela moment. Guru trying to once again tell back to the Chela. The teacher is trying to tell his own student, this is not what I taught you. This is not what we stood for. This is not what we did the Andolan for. He said that when we did it, when we did the Andolan, it was very clear that if one single alcohol shop needs to be started, the 90% women of that area need to come out and vote a yes. That yes, we allow a daru ka shop, an alcohol shop, a sharab shop in the vicinity. 90% of the women should come out and agree. Is this the case in Delhi? So the teacher, the guru, Anna Hazare is coming out for the first time, and like how? He's questioning even in that letter, and now while speaking to the media, he's very clearly saying this is not the stand. This is not what I taught. This is not what I stand for. And the Aam Aadmi Party has been quiet, because what is the answer that the Aam Aadmi Party leadership can give to either to Anna Hazare, whether it is Arvind Kejriwal or Manish Sisodia, because Anna Hazare is raising a very basic question. Have 90% women of that vicinity allowed, given an in principle yes for that shop which you've opened, and how many shops? In hundreds, more than 400. We've seen protests by women, which Aam Aadmi Party claim are of the BJP. But in principle, yes, Abhishek, back to you.
Aishwarya, though of course the Aam Aadmi Party has maintained silence on the letter of Anna Hazare, and they thought they might get away with it. But now with Anna Hazare coming out, making a statement to the television media as well, I think at some stage the Aam Aadmi Party might have to respond. Are you hearing something on that note from Aam Aadmi Party, whether somebody would come out and make an address? Remember,
Abhishek,
when it comes to the BJP Aam Aadmi Party fight, there have been press conferences and counter press conferences by a dozen every day.
Absolutely. Well, it is an hourly counter between the BJP and the AAP. Between the BJP and the AAP, it's an hourly counter, and the counter which was till press conferences went to the protest. There was an all-nighter last night at the Delhi Vidhan Sabha, at the Delhi Assembly. The 8 Aam Aadmi Party MLAs and the 60 plus, the 8 BJP MLAs and then the 60 plus Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, both were doing parallel protests. But when it comes down to counter Anna Hazare, it's not that easy. It's not that easy for Arvind Kejriwal, because at the end of the day, it's about perception in politics. And how will a chela take on his own guru? How will a student take on his own teacher? And that's the relation between Anna Hazare and Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal has always said so. And now when the teacher is standing up and saying that this is not what I taught you, this is not what I stand for, this is not the principle for which I began my Andolan, then what has happened? And he mentions even in that letter, Abhishek, that I am writing to you for the first time.
Is coming
yes,
in.
Abhishek.
In fact, a breaking news development is coming in that the CJI has finally created a 3-judge bench in connection with the Karnataka Idgah Maidan row, and in fact, the bench is all set to hear the case today itself at 4:35 p.m. A 3-judge bench which has been set up by the CJI would be listening to arguments at 4:35 p.m. today itself. Remember, tomorrow is Ganesh Chaturthi, and that was the reason why the matter came to the Supreme Court, because the Waqf Board brought it there. Kapil Sibal arguing on behalf of Waqf Board, as also Dushyant Dave. The Waqf Board, of course, wants the celebrations at the Idgah Maidan connected with Ganesh Chaturthi not to take place, since the board has been in possession of that land for 200 years and more. Now the Supreme Court setting up a 3-judge bench, and this is going to hear the matter, and Justice Indira Banerjee is set to hear the Idgah Maidan matter at 4:35 p.m. That's the breaking news development connected with the Idgah Maidan row in Bengaluru, or from Bengaluru, Karnataka, and this is going to be significant. Remember, a 2-judge bench had difference of opinion. The 2 judges had difference of opinion between themselves, and that's why the matter was rushed to the CJI, and the CJI, Lalit, deciding that let the matter be heard today itself by a 3-judge bench. It's a special bench created or constituted by the CJI, led by Indira Banerjee. She happens to be the senior most judge, Justice Indira Banerjee. And now the matter to come up before a 3-judge bench at 4:35 p.m., which is just about 15 minutes from now. Of course, the arguments to go on from both the sides. Karnataka being represented by the Solicitor General and the AG, and on the other side, Kapil Sibal and Dushyant Dave. Let's go to Sambhav on that note. Sambhav, with a lot of arguments taking place, finally a 3-judge bench all set to hear the Idgah Maidan row at 4:35 p.m. What are you expecting that is likely to happen in the court when the matter comes up?
Yes. So matter is to come up in some time at 4:35 p.m. wherein the bench of Justice Indira Banerjee, Justice A.S. Oka and Justice M.M. Sundaresh to hear the matter again. and both the councils, the Kapil Sibal or the way they are putting their arguments very vociferously in this regard, and the Ganesh Chaturthi is tomorrow. So it is a very important matter to be heard by the apex court just some time from now. So all eyes are on the 3-judge bench constituted by the Chief Justice of India, Justice U.U. Lalit. Now it's up to the court to decide whether this ground be used for the purpose of Ganesh Chaturthi tomorrow or not.
All right, so it's a bench of Justices Indira Banerjee, Justice A.S. Oka and Justice M.M. Sundaresh. That's all set to hear the Idgah Maidan Rao at 4:35 p.m. On that note, we will take a short break. But on the other side, all right, fresh visuals, in fact, coming in of protests against the Aam Aadmi Party government's liquor policy and other probes that are going on. And this is the BJP protesting. In picture, Ramesh Biduri, one of the members of parliament.
हम सब लोग मैं पूरे एक बार आपके संघर्ष के लिए मुझे लगता है एसएचओ साहब एसीपी साहब से ही अब आने वाले प्रदर्शन में हमें झगड़ना पड़ेगा। आप भी शामिल हो इस सलाबनीति में, इसका मतलब कही जाती है।
All right, those are BJP protests and the BJP leaders jumping in now in between the Aam Aadmi Party and Anna also perhaps. Earlier we had mentor of Arvind Kejriwal, Anna Hazare, coming out and questioning the liquor policy and reprimanding his protege, one-time protege, and now the BJP protesting. This is outside of the Delhi Assembly, and these protests have been going on for a while. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party legislators were there protesting inside the assembly building, assembly compound, in fact inside the assembly hall all night. And now we have pictures coming in of BJP leaders protesting. The AAP versus BJP saga continues in Delhi. It's sort of unending now, been going on for a couple of months with the BJP upping the ante on the Aam Aadmi Party government following the coming out of the liquor, what is called the liquor scam, liquor policy scam, and subsequent to which we have seen issues being raised by both the bureaucrats by way of CVC report, for example, and then of course being picked up by the Lieutenant Governor. We have seen how a CVC report in connection with the school building construction was recently brought out, and that is being looked into. Also, there have been CAG audit reports in the case of universities, and those also now being brought out. This even as a parallel tiff has been going on between the Delhi Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi Chief Minister. In the pictures, we continue to see BJP leaders continuing to protest. What began with questioning of the new liquor policy, which was subsequently rescinded by the Delhi cabinet, has
केजरीवाल जी कोई भी हो, मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूं कि इस तरह की बात करने से आपकी चोरी छुप नहीं जा रही है। जो गंभीर आरोप हैं, कृपया उसका जवाब दीजिए।
All right, that was Delhi BJP Chief Adesh Gupta giving reaction to all the developments of the day. Obviously, insofar as the Delhi AAP versus BJP standoff goes, the big one today is the coming out in open of one-time mentor of Arvind Kejriwal, Anna Hazare. On that note, a short break. On the other side, open call for secession by DMK Alive VCK calls for a separate Tamil Nadu. Will Stalin act?
उसने दिया है उन दोनों को। किसको? तो हेमंत के साथ। सुधीर कितने में लिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा। एग्जैक्ट डेट तो नहीं मालूम, मुझे नहीं बताएगा हमको.
This man, who's been caught on camera, has made the startling revelation that it is Datta Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
In a sharp attack on the Congress party, BJP National President JP Nadu claimed that the Grand Old Party is losing ground because it's failed to reconcile local and national objectives. He's also said that the main reason is that people who have been members of the Congress party for more than 40 years are now leaving the party. Incessant rainfall is leading to major disruption across the country. Visuals coming to us from Badrinath highway seem to suggest that the highway was blocked, disrupting traffic. The STRF is in the spot rescuing passengers and local people. A woman named Veena Devi from Surat has filed a complaint stating that his son died by suicide, and she discovered a note which said that his partner and her brother forced him to consume beef, due to which he committed suicide. A case has been registered and a probe is now underway. In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hisar today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and certain suspicions.
Kejriwal tweets on CBI searches, silent on Anna letter. He has tweeted, nothing was found from Manish Sisodia's house. Nothing was found from the locker. Nothing came out in the CBI investigation. Manish's honesty and patriotism were again proved in front of the whole country. It is clear that their entire action is motivated by dirty politics. I hope now this dirty politics stops and let us do our work. Of course, nothing on Anna Hazare as well. All right, short break on the other side. We continue the Delhi Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP standoff.
In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hisar today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and certain suspicions that have been raised by Phogat's family. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has said that Sonali Phogat's family has given a letter to the Chief Minister demanding a CBI inquiry into the matter, in which the family has levelled serious allegations that big faces can be involved in this particular murder.
सोनाली फोगाट का परिवार आके मुख्यमंत्री से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की है कि इसमें कुछ बड़े चेहरे भी शामिल हो सकते हैं इस हत्याकांड के पीछे, इसलिए इसकी सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए. तो उसके पत्र के आधार पर हमने गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री को, गोवा सरकार को हमने लिख दिया है कि इसकी हम सीबीआई जांच की स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंड करते हैं कि इसकी सीबीआई जांच करवाई जाए. नहीं, अब उनका पत्र है, उसी आधार पर हमने गोवा की सरकार को लिखा है.
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The AAP MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near
All right, these are pictures coming in from Delhi where BJP has been protesting against the Aam Aadmi Party government even as a session is on of the Delhi Assembly, and on a day when Arvind Kejriwal's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was under CBI scrutiny again with his lockers being searched. The BJP believes this is the best time to up the ante. Also, a day when Kejriwal's mentor, one-time mentor Anna Hazare has in fact come out with a scathing letter critiquing the policy on liquor of the Kejriwal government and in fact reprimanding the Delhi Chief Minister personally, saying that you are drunk on power and that power seems to have gone into your head. That's Anna Hazare. But For 4:30 p.m. live and breaking, it's over to Niranjan for now.
Pictures coming in right now from the national capital as there are protests across Delhi, and it's a political fight that's unending. The drama is unending, the protests are unending, the news conferences are unending. And these were pictures of the BJP protesting against Arvind Kejriwal. They went up to his doorstep. The police tried to stop them, weren't successful. They broke the barricades and jumped over. Here are the headlines as we build up to also that key hearing in the Supreme Court now. Here are the headlines. It's Anna Hazare versus Arvind Kejriwal now. Anna writes a stinger of a letter. Delhi LG red flags the AAP government again, questions 5-year delay in the audit of universities. Open call for secession by DMK ally VCK calls for a separate Tamil Nadu. Tamil nation will Stalin act. Idgah Maidan face off in the Supreme Court now. Hearing is underway. 3-judge bench to listen on the Waqf board plea to allow or not allow the Ganesh Chaturthi event at the Idgah Maidan. And the other story from Karnataka, the BJP MLA meeting the accused here, no action taken yet. Is there a go slow in the investigation? Stand by for the Supreme Court verdict on the Idgah Maidan face off. The verdict in a short while from now. New levels of drama at the border Congress. Rahul Gandhi forced to be the president. Tharoor also challenges Rahul Gandhi now. Contact state leaders, gather support. It's all happening. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. The hearing is underway in the Supreme Court right now on whether or not the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations can take place at the Idgah Maidan in Chamarajpet in Bengaluru. This is after the Waqf board moved the Supreme Court challenging the Karnataka High Court order which allowed the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations to take place. And as we speak, a 3-judge bench has been formed. Anytime now, that hearing will continue in the Supreme Court. Anytime now, anytime at about 4:35. 4:35 is when the Supreme Court will convene in a short while from now. Let's also go across to Sambhav joining us on the phone line. We should be able to go across to Sambhav and get him on the phone line and get you the details. Now, Sibal arguing for the petitioners said that the Idgah Maidan in Chamarajpet, Bengaluru can be used by children, can be used for prayers twice a year, used for Republic Day, Independence Day, but it cannot be used for any other religion or religious activity. And in a short while from now, we're expecting the hearing to continue. And let's go across and get you. Sambhav will be joining us on the phone line, should be able to get you the latest details on that. And so far, the Supreme Court bench has been divided. Supreme Court bench has been divided, and the Supreme Court bench has said that the 3-judge bench will now hear the case, will now hear the matter. Sambhav is joining us on the phone line. Sambhav, what's the update? We're hearing that the bench was split. The bench was split, and hence the matter will be heard by a 3-judge bench. Sambhav, can you hear me? Sambhav, why don't you tell us what happened inside the courtroom?
Sure. Exactly. So, it was the matter, and the bench of Justice Hemant Gupta and Sudhanshu Dhulia was hearing the matter. But they failed to reach at a consensus on the issue, post which the Chief Justice of India, UU Lalit, formed a 3-judge bench, which is to hear the matter today itself, as tomorrow is Ganesh Chaturthi. And the bench comprising of Justice Indra Banerjee, A.S. Oka and M.M. Sundaresh. Now it's a 3-judge bench, which is to hear matter anytime. I mean, it's 4:34 as we speak, and the bench is to sit at 4:35. Bench can sit at any time and to hear the petition challenging Karnataka High Court's order, wherein the High Court allowed holding the Ganesh Chaturthi celebration at Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru. So that's the matter, and a 3-judge bench, all eyes are on the Supreme Court now. What take the Supreme Court will take in few minutes from now, whether Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Idgah Maidan would happen tomorrow or not, it is up to the apex court to decide. And the 3-judge bench of comprising Justice Indra Banerjee, A.S. Oka and M.M. Sundaresh to decide the matter now.
Take us through the arguments made. Yeah, we know what is happening. Why don't you give us the arguments? What are the arguments made in court?
Yes, speaking of the arguments, both the senior advocate Dushyant Dave and the senior advocate Kapil Sibal both made their arguments in the court from the side of Waqf Board, wherein they have very vociferously made their points in front of the Supreme Court. And on the other hand, Solicitor General made the arguments for the government, wherein the Solicitor General clearly said the corporation filed a petition in the High Court, and High Court made it clear that we will not hear the matter of the ownership, whether the land belongs to the corporation or the Waqf. This is not, the High Court will not hear. That is what the Tushar Mehta said in the court. And this is to be determined by the civil court. But the question is, pertinent question is, because of which the plea was filed in the apex court, was the question is whether the Karnataka government saying that tomorrow, there would be Ganesh Chaturthi celebration in the Idgah Maidan or not. This is a pertinent question on which the Supreme Court will have to decide the matter.
Yeah, but the hearing, some of the points made included Sibal saying and Dave saying that it's about religious, sentiments as well, saying that the other side, for example, saying that Muslims would not be allowed to use a Hindu ground, etc. So it's taking that kind of a turn as well.
Yes. Well, here the senior advocate Kapil Sibal made a very strong remark. Like he said, since 200 years, this is a property of the Waqf Board, and the function of any other religion cannot be allowed. This is what is very clearly made by Kapil Sibal in the court, that it is about the other religions intervening in the matter. So, and the Sibal also said, Sibal read an old Supreme Court verdict wherein Supreme Court held certain kind of things that if the land is of one community, other community is not allowed. Such kind of orders, verdicts of the apex court were quoted by Kapil Sibal in his arguments.
Okay, Kapil Sankla is also joining us. Kapil Sankla is also joining us on the broadcast right now. Samba, will you please keep a track on the developments and come live, please. We'll wait for you to come live as well. Let me go across and get bring in Kapil Sankla, advocate of the Supreme Court, and KV Dhananjay, also an advocate, joining us on the broadcast. To you first, Kapil. I think
I can hear you. Yes, please.
Yes, Kapil Sankla. Kapil Sankla, what do you make of the argument so far, Kapil?
Well, the arguments are very interesting because Mr. Sibal is arguing that they were in possession of the land for last 200 years odd. However, the fact is that the state government and the revenue court has declared this property to be of the government, and therefore that is the question that has to be dealt by the Honorable Supreme Court as well as by Mr. Sibal, who hasn't answered this question yet. The second thing that the court has asked them is that you're only using the property for 2 days in a year, and therefore the property can therefore be used for public good. This is exactly what the High Court has also held. To which the argument has been made that we can use it for the entire year, we are just not using it, it is our wish. However, the moot question right now.
Getting in breaking news now, just cutting away for a few seconds because Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, has brought his MLAs. He's moving from one location to another, and this is Hemant Soren's car there. He's at the Ranchi airport. Live pictures of Hemant Soren at the Ranchi airport in Jharkhand, and getting in news that some of his MLAs will be ferried out of Jharkhand anytime now. Soren and his MLAs could be flying to Raipur. They're moving to Chhattisgarh. Okay, let's cut across to NI. Live service.
आराम से सर, आराम से कोऑपरेट करिए सर, कोऑपरेट करिए। हाँ तो तुम भी तो चीज बोलिए सर।
आप लोग को जानना क्या है, पहले ये बताइए।
कहाँ गए विधायक सर?
एक बाइक किसी का गिर गया नीचे, 24 नंबर नीचे गिरा हुआ है।
ले लेंगे सर, आप बोलिए सर। दादा कुछ तो आशंका आहत आपको डिसीजन ऐसा लेना पड़ा,
ऐसे कोई बात नहीं, ये कोई आश्चर्यचकित और नया परिपाटी नहीं है और ना ही कुछ कानूनी होने जा रहा है। हर परिस्थिति का सामना करने के लिए सत्ता पक्ष तैयार है। कई चीजें रणनीति के तहत कार्य किए जाते हैं। उसी रणनीति का आज आप छोटा सा झलक पहले भी देखा आपने और आज भी देखा, और आगे भी आप कई चीजों को देखेंगे कि राज्य में षड्यंत्रकारियों को जवाब सत्ता पक्ष बड़े तरीके से इनको जवाब देगा। धन्यवाद। मैं बताऊंगा।
Okay, the first reaction of Hemant Soren. The first reaction of Hemant Soren coming in from Raipur, from Ranchi. I beg your pardon. He's now taking off for Raipur. And let's cut across to Republic Bharat, where Anup, our correspondent, is also live. Let's cut across live, please. Republic Bharat.
रणनीति का हिस्सा है। हमने कोशिश की, एक छोटी सी झलक दिखाई है और आगे भी ऐसी झलक आपको मिलेगी। जो कोशिश की जा रही है केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से या फिर जो भी किया जा रहा है उनके खिलाफ, उनको मुंहतोड़ जवाब देने की कोशिश की जाएगी। लेकिन सलोनी, मैं आपको बता दूं, आंकड़े के मामले में अगर आंकड़ों की बात करें तो ये पूरा गेम आंकड़ों का। 41 जो मैजिक फिगर है, पहले आंकड़ा हेमंत सोरेन के पास 50 के आसपास था, लेकिन ये आंकड़े कम हो रहे हैं। अब जरा सोचिए, जिस प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री जेएमएम का हो, महागठबंधन का हो, पूरी सरकार उसकी, प्रशासन उसकी, उसे अपने विधायकों को दूसरे प्रदेश में ले जाने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ रही है? ये डर है, लेकिन डर को छिपाने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री शायद ये बयान दे रहे हैं कि एक रणनीति है, उसका हिस्सा है, लेकिन क्या रणनीति, इसका खुलासा नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। सलोनी।
Getting in some more breaking news right now. Of the High Court of Karnataka allowing the other big breaking news update. Even as the Supreme Court is set to give the order on the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in Bengaluru, the Karnataka High Court has just given its order. We're getting in news now that the High Court of Karnataka has allowed permission to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi at the Idgah Maidan. The Hubli Commissioner of the Hubli Civic Body. So there are two. The story in Karnataka is moving in two different districts right now. One in Bengaluru, and Kapil Sankla and Dhananjay continue to stay with us. The breaking news update now coming in that the High Court has allowed permission to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi in Hubli. So similar petitions in two different districts. But it appears Kapil Sankla, very interestingly, the Karnataka High Court has allowed a similar celebration in another district.
What is happening is very interesting. But this was also long coming, because we all know that there has been a lot of ruckus about whether a property is actually owned by the Waqf board or not. And this was never dealt into by the courts or not by the government also. And there was a huge controversy in Delhi as well about lands that had no owners per se were grabbed by certain people who thereafter claimed that these properties are Waqf board properties. Because the law pertaining to them is very different, and the law basically is mutawalli property. So let us wait and watch. I mean, this order is there. The matter is already in the Honorable Supreme Court, and probably the Honorable Supreme Court can and has the power to seize this matter as well and take it, because there would otherwise be multiple orders and there would be different decisions by the Supreme Court. So the same bench probably would pass an order in this itself. Let us see whether it's mentioned by Mr. Sibal or not.
But it appears that the two-judge bench was split on this issue, and that's why it referred the matter to a three-judge bench. And the CJI has allowed that bench to convene. I think they should have convened by now. Just waiting for an update on this particular issue. And anytime now we should get an update. Dhananjay, so far from the developments, do you think this will have any bearing what the Karnataka High Court has said just now? Will there be repercussions of what is happening simultaneously in both Delhi and in Bengaluru?
Well, first of all, I think courts have recognized that even the Muslim side does not have absolute title or absolute use over the property, because the Supreme Court itself is said to have, limited the use of this property for a Muslim religious purpose to a few days only in a year. So that having been said, and also given the fact that the land is being used as a playground otherwise, I think courts may not be unreasonable to say that the government would, be entitled to allow this for other religious purpose as well, and that too in a very limited manner. So what the Supreme Court is now hearing is an appeal from a division bench decision of the Honorable High Court, where the division bench said that they don't see any harm should the property be put to the use of a Ganesh Chaturthi for just a few days of the year. So whether the Supreme Court would interfere with that order and restore the order of the learned single judge who said that there should be a status quo, in the sense the Supreme Court had limited the use of this land to the exclusive use of the Muslim side, and that too only for 2 days or 3 days in a year. So it looks less likely that the Supreme Court would interfere with the order of the division bench, because the order of the division bench, is something that can stand. And for the Supreme Court to say that, the property, notwithstanding that it is used as a playground, is one that should not be used for Ganesh Chaturthi or, for that matter, any other purpose except for Muslim purpose, and that too for 2-3 days in a year. In these circumstances, that's less likely, because you will need an extraordinary reason to not permit the government to put this land to alternate use, because it's anyway being used as a playground on a daily basis. Both these lands are being used as playgrounds. And I don't believe the land is substantially even fenced. So livestock, cattle, all of that get in and get out. So I don't think on a legal side, the matter really presents that much of a difficulty at all. And the division bench of the Karnataka High Court, I think, has given a very reasonable order. Because Ganesh Chaturthi festivals are, they happen around, and then government very often leases out or lets out its own property to be used for that purpose. So I don't think it would really infringe the right of the other side for this land, which anyway would be used as a playground tomorrow, would to be used instead for a Ganesh Chaturthi festival.
Yes, and I'm getting in some breaking news right now that as we speak, the three-judge bench of the Supreme Court has just gathered. They've assembled right now, and in fact there are some updates as well. Okay, let's quickly get you the updates. Hearing now that the Sibal for the Waqf property for the Idgah Maidan has said in 200 years, no other community has been allowed to perform rituals here, and this is conveyed in our favor by a judgment of 1964. So there are some live updates coming in. I'm trying to give you the updates. So Sibal says in 200 years, same argument being made, that in 200 years, nobody has contested the land. The land has belonged to the Muslim side for this long, is what he's begun arguing. And he says apart from that, it has also been declared that it's a Waqf property, and under the Waqf Act, if someone has to challenge it, it has to be challenged within 6 months. Nobody has challenged, and in 2022 a dispute raised. So does this raise a larger question? Kapil, does this raise a larger question? Kapil? on the
Well,
work
it
properties
does
as
raise
well.
a very large question. Yes, you're right. It does raise a very large question. And as I was saying, that these questions have also been raised in a lot of these lands which are supposedly owned by Waqf in Delhi as well. There have been a lot of many shop owners who have claimed that the Waqf has illegally occupied lands and are seeking rent, etc. And Mutwallis thereafter have come and claimed right as owners or landlords over the properties. Whether the property is being used by the Waqf or not, in my humble opinion, is not really important. What is really important is whether the government is claiming ownership over those properties or not, and whether those properties now are a part of the revenue court or revenue land of the state government or not. Should that be the case, there is absolutely no encumbrance for that property to be used for the benefit of the public. That's one. Secondly, in deference to my colleague who had said, though I do agree that since the property was only being used twice in a year and the rest of the time it was actually being used, put to waste, that itself is an argument that has been raised. But I am not very sure whether the Honorable Supreme Court will go by that argument, because if we go by that argument, the other part would be that whether any property of any private person that has been lying waste or not being used, can it actually be used by the government for public good or not? So that probably would be a bit of a stretch. However, I would be very happy, pleasantly surprised if such an argument takes place and the Honorable Supreme Court does give it a credence, because there are many properties in India which are lying waste, which are properties which are owned by private people or by organizations and not being used when they can be used for parks, for such functions, etc. And it's also about integration. I don't think any religious organization should have a difficulty in using a premise if it doesn't really go against their religious beliefs, etc. So, for example, if a community owns a place and the community is vegetarian, then they probably would have a problem if there's another community that eats non-vegetarian to serve non-veg there. But if there is any other kind of function, I don't think there should be a difficulty. And that is something that every religious and religious organization should also understand and adhere to. It is kind of difficult for the minority to say that, we've not really been integrated when they really do not want to be integrated and are creating halla balu. Because I really don't think that having a function like this goes against their religious beliefs. And I otherwise also think that it should not go against their religious beliefs. It's after all about integration. Any which is the matter is before the Honorable Supreme Court. It is being argued right now before a 3-bench. So let us see what the orders are.
So, there's a quick news update that I'm getting in. Kapil Sibal is in the Supreme Court right now, and Kapil Sibal is arguing, putting in some details out there. He says, apart from that, it's been declared as a Waqf property, and under the Waqf Act, if someone has to challenge it, it has to be challenged within 6 months. Nobody has challenged the fact that it's a Waqf property so far, which means, it is a Waqf property, and in 2022, suddenly this dispute is raised. And he says once it's declared as a Waqf property, the character of the property cannot be challenged. The single judge decided in our favor, referring to the Karnataka High Court, saying that the single judge decided in our favor. Sibal saying the single judge held that till the notification as Waqf was set aside, it is binding on the state. Kapil Sibal also reading out the order of the single bench for the Supreme Court bench. He's referring to the division bench. The division bench which gave the order in favor of the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. He then refers to the divisions bench order, and it says, it appears there is a dispute regarding the title. So then he says suddenly there was an attempt to talk about the title. What we'll do at this stage is Dhananjay and Kapil stay with us. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll stay live on the coverage and the updates coming in from the Supreme Court. Short commercial break. Stay tuned. We'll come back with the live hearing that's underway right now.
Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring 2 of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term as the Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि एलजी साहब भी विधानसभा में क्या कार्यवाही हो रही है उसे जरूर फॉलो करते होंगे। मैं मानती हूं कि जिस प्रकार से मीडिया में ये पूरी बातचीत चल रही है तो एलजी साहब ने भी जरूर देखी होगी, लेकिन मुझे दुख है इस बात का कि इतने गंभीर आरोप होने के बावजूद और इतने गंभीर तथ्य विधानसभा के पटल पर रखे जाने के बावजूद एलजी साहब ऐसे चुप्पी साध के बैठ गए हैं कि ऐसा लगता है दाल में कुछ काला है।
के पास से तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को।
किसको?
तो हेमंत के साथ
सुधीर कितने में लिया था?
कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man, who's been caught on camera, has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
In Assam, 2 more persons identified as Akbar Ali and Abdul Ghulam Azad linked to the global terror outfit of the Al-Qaeda were arrested from Barpeta district. A total of 6 people so far have been arrested in connection with the crackdown in the state. Telangana's Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao tore into the NDA government at the centre, saying people should...
नया हॉस्पिटल बन रहा है और बेड्स तैयार करने के लिए। अभी फ़िलहाल कोरोना की बीमारी तो नहीं है, उससे तो ऐसा लगता है शायद कि निजात मिल गई है, लेकिन ये बेड्स जो हैं, 7 हॉस्पिटल्स जो हैं, ये पूरी दिल्ली के काम आएंगे। जिस साइट पे हम लोग खड़े हैं, ये साइट हॉस्पिटल के लिए 20-25 साल पहले ईयर मार्क की गई थी और मुझे बताया गया कि हर चुनाव के पहले हर पार्टी यहाँ पे आके नारियल फोड़ा करती थी कि हम हॉस्पिटल बनाएंगे, लेकिन शायद बनाने की नीयत किसी की नहीं थी। अब आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार हमारी जो है, ये हम एजुकेशन और हेल्थ पे सबसे ज़्यादा तवज्जो दे रहे हैं। तो अभी ये हॉस्पिटल अब उम्मीद है कि अक्टूबर-नवंबर में बन के तैयार हो जाएगा। 330 बेड का ये हॉस्पिटल है और मैं समझता हूँ कि इससे इस पूरे क्षेत्र के अंदर लोगों को काफ़ी सुविधा मिलेगी और इसमें कई सारी चीज़ें हैं जो आर्किटेक्चरल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से पहली बार इस्तेमाल की गई हैं, जिसकी वजह से बहुत तेज़ी के साथ ये हॉस्पिटल बन के तैयार हो गया है। बहुत कम समय में हॉस्पिटल बन के तैयार हो गया है और टोटल 6 हॉस्पिटल्स हमारे साथ में से 6 हॉस्पिटल्स एंड दिसंबर या जनवरी तक बन के तैयार हो जाएंगे। तो उससे मैं समझता हूँ कि काफ़ी सुविधा पूरे दिल्ली के लोगों को होगी, काफ़ी बड़े स्तर के ऊपर मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज़ इंक्रीज़ होंगी। अगर कोई क्वेश्चंस हैं तो
सर, आज मनीष जी के बैंक लॉकर को गाजियाबाद में सीबीआई गई थी वहाँ पे सर्च करने के लिए, लगभग 1.5 घंटे तक ये सर्च चला, एक बार फिर से सीबीआई एक्शन मोड में दिख रही है।
तो ये मुझे बहुत अच्छी बात है कि जब हम पब्लिक लाइफ में आते हैं तो हमें किसी भी जांच के लिए हमेशा तैयार रहना चाहिए। सीबीआई ने पूरी जांच कर ली है। मनीष जी के घर पे भी 14 घंटे जांच हुई। मनीष के घर में भी कुछ नहीं निकला। मनीष जी से 6-7 घंटे तक गहन पूछताछ की सीबीआई ने और जितने प्रश्न पूछे सब प्रश्नों के संतुष्टिपूर्वक जवाब दिए। आज लॉकर चेक किया, लॉकर में भी कुछ नहीं निकला। तो एक तरह से इनफॉर्मली तो एक तरह से सीबीआई की क्लीन चिट मिल गई है। बाकी सीबीआई के ऊपर प्रेशर है, पॉलिटिकल रीजंस की वजह से हमें लगता है कि हफ्ते 10 दिन के अंदर गिरफ्तार तो करेंगे ये लोग, लेकिन वो करते रहे, लेकिन एक तरह से कुछ नहीं मिला। सीबीआई ने इनफॉर्मली कह दिया भाई हम संतुष्ट हैं और हमें कुछ भी नहीं मिला मनीष सिसोदिया जी को। तो हम तो शुरू से ही कह रहे थे कि ये सारी जितनी भी कार्रवाई चल रही है राजनीति से प्रेरित है और इसमें कुछ भी नहीं मिलने वाला। मैं ये देख रहा था, मीडिया में ही देख रहा था कि आरोप क्या हैं। आरोप ये हैं कि भाई इन्होंने सरकारी स्कूल इतने ज़्यादा क्यों बनाए। तो भाई ज़्यादा बनाए तो अच्छी बात है, देश के लिए अच्छी बात है, गरीबों के बच्चे पढ़ेंगे। फिर कह रहे हैं इन्होंने स्कूलों के अंदर इतने ज़्यादा क्लासरूम क्यों बनाए। तो ज़्यादा क्लासरूम बनाए तो कोई खाली तो है नहीं, जाके देख लो अभी भी सारे बच्चे ही पढ़ रहे हैं, उसमें कोई ऐसा तो है नहीं कि उसमें कोई मेरी फैमिली रह रही है किसी क्लासरूम में। फिर कह रहे हैं कि वहाँ पे टॉयलेट क्यों बनाए इतने ज़्यादा। तो टॉयलेट बनाए भाई, हमारी बच्चियाँ बेटियाँ वहाँ पे तकलीफ़ ना हो, किसी को बच्चों को तकलीफ़ ना हो, टॉयलेट्स बनाए। फिर ये कह रहे हैं भाई क्लासरूम्स के अंदर इतने महंगे इक्विपमेंट लेने की क्या ज़रूरत थी, डिजिटल बोर्ड लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी, इतने शानदार डेस्क बनाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी। गरीबों के ही तो बच्चे आते हैं, वो सस्ते में पढ़ लेते। तो हम तो अपने गरीबों के, अमीरों के, सबके बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देना चाहते हैं। हमें तो लगता नहीं हमने कोई गलत काम किया है, अच्छी शिक्षा देना चाहते हैं, सब बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देना चाहते हैं। अमीरों के बच्चों को भी वैसी शिक्षा मिले, गरीबों के बच्चों को भी वैसी शिक्षा मिले। अब आप एमसीडी के स्कूल देखो, बहुत बुरा हाल हुआ पड़ा एमसीडी के स्कूलों का। अब हमारी एमसीडी में भी सरकार आएगी, एमसीडी के स्कूलों को भी अच्छा करेंगे, सारे स्कूलों को अच्छा करेंगे। देखो, जब भी इनके पास ये कुछ कहते हैं और जब जनता इनकी सुनती नहीं है तो फिर ये किसी को सामने लाते हैं। जैसे पंजाब के चुनाव के पहले इन्होंने कहा केजरीवाल आतंकवादी है, तो जनता हंसने लग गई इनकी बातों पे। तो फिर इन्होंने कुमार विश्वास को आगे किया, बोले कुमार विश्वास से कहलवाया। अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया। अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही। अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं। तो ये तो ऐसे करते ही रहते हैं, राजनीति है। मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि अब सीबीआई की जांच हो गई है, कुछ भी नहीं निकला, अब इसके ऊपर राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, जो दिल्ली के अंदर 20-20 करोड़ रुपए दे के ये एमएलए खरीदना चाहते थे, उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। जब हम जांच से नहीं भागे, हमें जांच से डर नहीं लगता क्योंकि हमने कोई गलत काम किया ही नहीं, तो ये जांच से क्यों भाग रहे हैं? उसकी भी तो जांच होनी चाहिए ना भाई। 20-20 करोड़ रुपए में 40 एमएलए खरीदना चाह रहे थे, 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने रख रखे थे, उसकी जांच से क्यों भाग रहे हैं? उसकी जांच क्यों नहीं करा रहे?
Kejriwal, let's go across and get you the other big story we are tracking right now. And this is the story of the Idgah Maidan and whether Ganesh Chaturthi will be allowed to be celebrated there tomorrow. Let's go back to the Supreme Court hearing right now. And the Supreme Court has asked Justice Oka asking if whether any such festival was allowed. Kapil Sibal says never. Justice Sundaresh asks, what is your real objection? The single judge has passed restraint against you that you can use only for Ramzan and Eid. And Sibal says we have not appealed against it. Justice Sundaresh of the Supreme Court says, is it your objection to any particular religious festival? After all, it is a land. Sibal says it is Idgah land. Supreme Court asks, is it your objection only to the particular festival or all thereafter? Sibal says he's objecting to all festivals at the Idgah Maidan. And that's the breaking news update coming in. And Abhishek is also joining us right now. Abhishek, they want to at any cost stop this Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Idgah Maidan tomorrow. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. So arguments going on from both the sides. As of now, Kapil Sibal is speaking on behalf of the Waqf Board, and what we are hearing is that the Supreme Court is asking some pointed questions as to whether the objection is only for the event that is to take place tomorrow as per the instructions of the Karnataka High Court, or within the broad framework of the order given by the Karnataka High Court, or is it forever? And Kapil Sibal, of course, has said that yes, their objection is forever, given the fact that it is a Waqf land and has been so without any objections having been raised forever. And he has said that they have been holding this land for 200 years and more, and that there is nobody who has challenged the possession as also the ownership. So the suit of ownership is not there anywhere, and that the plaintiff filed the suit contending Muslims have had uninterrupted possession of the said land, and as such it's not a place of worship, it's a graveyard, and to that extent no religious function should be allowed. The possession right has been from 1871 is the argument being pushed across by Kapil Sibal. And he's also said that in suit witnesses from corporation admitted prayers used to take place. That's Muslim prayers and the fact that it's been a graveyard. We have some guests joining us, if I can be told the names again.
Dhananjay, both continue to stay with us.
Okay, Kapil Sankla and KV Dhananjay join us over the phone. Kapil Sankla, to you first. All right, they're live actually, in fact, with us. Thank you so much for joining, Kapil Sankla and KV Dhananjay. If I could begin with Kapil, you first. Arguments are going on, of course, in the Supreme Court. Some pointed questions being asked. What is important is that it seems that there is no side which is objecting to the fact that the land actually belongs to the Waqf Board and that it has been in their possession since almost 200 years and more, and that except for Republic Day and Independence Day events on which the land is traditionally used by the state. No other religious functions of any other religious community take place. When this is not disputed, then ideally the matter should have been resolved between the organizers of the Ganesh Pandal, Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations and the Waqf board. Why the Karnataka government really got into it and took it upon itself to organize the event there?
Let me clarify. It is not the case that nobody has objected to the fact that the land belongs to the Waqf board or not. These are just the arguments of Mr. Sibal. When Mr. Sibal is arguing and is on his legs, the other lawyers are waiting for their turn. In fact, at the very outset, it was stated by the government that the property now vests with the government, and also to the fact that there is a dispute as to the ownership of the land. What is being stated is that despite there being an ownership dispute, nobody has claimed an occupation of the land for the last 200 years. What has been said is that this is the land which is the graveyard land and hence belongs to the Waqf board. Now, this is what the argument is. Now, there are various contrary arguments as well. There have been an argument in some other court, in some other matter pertaining to graveyard land, where it was brought to the notice of the court that even in Saudi countries or countries which are run under the Sharia or Muslim laws, the land, the graveyard land is reused after 10, 15, 20 years, which includes lands in Dubai and in Saudi countries, etc., in Germany and in other various countries. And therefore, it cannot be said that this land, that, you need to continue getting more and more land because these lands keep vesting with the Waqf board or become graveyard land. So, I mean, that's also an argument that somebody can put up at some future date today as well. So, clearly, because Mr. Sibal right now is on his legs, and if I'm not mistaken, the learned Solicitor General was interrupting and was stating that the land belongs to the government now has been vested. But Mr. Sibal said that he was arguing, he was on his legs and he was reading the judgment and he wanted the judgment that he's relying on. So let us wait and watch, because we've only heard one side of the story, that is Mr. Sibal's side and Mr. Sibal's client's side. And I'm very sure that the government will also come up, and government has also stated that the land vests with the government. And also on the part of the organizers of Ganesh Chaturthi, who have also stated that the land is only used for 2 days in an entire year, and the property can be used for public good and for public utilization. And there is absolutely no embargo or encumbrance that it cannot be used, because even the Waqf board has not been really taking care of the property. The property is being used by the public as a playground, etc., etc. So let us wait and watch. It's too early and too premature to actually come to any conclusion, as only by listening to what Mr. Sibal has said.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the arguments have just begun. The court has assembled only about 10 minutes back.
Absolutely.
Kapil Sibal arguing on behalf of the Waqf board. But Kapil, it seems your position is that that the Waqf might not be completely right just because it owns the title and possession of the land. KV Dhananjay, it seems prima facie that this is a matter in which the government could have kept its hands out of. Now, Karnataka government has taken a position that they can themselves hold the festivities for a day or two. You think it looks right on the face of it that the government should be getting into something like this, irrespective of what the argument is in the court?
Well, I don't think the government is the one that wants to celebrate. It are private groups that have petitioned the government, or rather they petitioned the BBMP. And then the BBMP said, look, this is treated as a public land, and we have been exercising control over this land. It's being used as a playground. And therefore, we would want to let you perform the Ganesh Chaturthi festival. So it's not the government of Karnataka that wanted to celebrate anything there. These are private religious groups that wanted to. I mean, this is a vast ground. It's a public place, and that's the way they look at it. And, some time ago in your discussion, it emerged that, if the government were to, if the courts were to say that because this property is being put to a very limited religious use for the Muslim side, and that is only 2 festivals are being allowed to be celebrated, and rest of the time it's being used as a playground, what's really the harm for the government to let a Hindu group celebrate its festival? And then the objection coming from my friend was that, well, you see, if the courts were to ratify an argument of non-use or limited use and then allow a contrary use, then there is a risk that a lot of private lands which are not being used. For your information, the law relating to private land is substantially different from the law relating to a public land. And the BBMP is exercising rights over this land. BBMP is claiming title, or not title, BBMP is claiming some kind of a right to this land. And the Waqf tribunal, therefore, is expected to go to a civil court and then sue the BBMP. At this point of time, we don't know if the Waqf board ever took this dispute to a civil court to restrain the BBMP from exercising any manner of right or control over this property. So in that view of the matter, the division bench of the Karnataka High Court rightly said that there is in fact dispute over title itself. And just now I happened to go through the argument that was advanced before a two-judge bench of the Supreme Court, wherein Mr. Tushar Mehta apparently said that the issue of title has never been decided. So the decision of the Supreme Court in 1964 was a decision as to the use of the property, and that decision not to be construed as a decision that the property can be put to no other use. You see, in the last 40 years, if the BBMP has been using it as if it were revenue land, and therefore the state government, or rather the BBMP, is willing to let some other person put the land to another religious use, the question really is, how will the courts deal? Courts would certainly require a great deal of evidence to, in fact, find in favor of the Waqf board. If the Waqf board says that this property just cannot be put to the use of Ganesh Chaturthi festival at all. So the courts will need a great deal of evidence. Now, in the absence of evidence,
in fact, as we speak, a new facet has come out through the arguments. In fact, it seems Mr. Kapil Sibal has been interrupted, and senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi has made a submission, which is that the land belongs to the state. Corporation is not the owner, to which Mr. Sibal has responded by saying that as long as it is Waqf, you can challenge it, but cannot be owner. Supreme Court has held it. So it seems that within the broad framework that it is actually Waqf land, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi has pushed the argument. And Kapil Sankla, if you can come on that. And it seems both the panelists seem to be on the same side, that this is state land, and if it is the state land, irrespective that within that broad framework it belongs to the Waqf or is in possession of the Waqf, the state, if it so desires, can decide to hold whatever event it wants to. Kapil.
Well, there are two sides to it. One, what Dhananjay is saying, broadly we're on the same point, but Dhananjay is arguing it on a point that since the land has not been used in the entire year and is only used for 2 days in a year, it can actually be used for some other purpose. And that's an argument that is being made in the Honorable Supreme Court. As I said, I would be very interesting to see how it pans out. The second part of it is the part that I was saying, that there is an active challenge as to the ownership of the property in question. The Waqf board says that this is my property. The state or the corporation says, no, it does not belong to the Waqf board. It belongs to the corporation, says belongs to the corporation, and the state says it belongs to the state. So there's an active challenge as to the title and the ownership of the property. There is no occupation of the property because the property was not in exclusive occupation of the Waqf board. So as far as that argument of the Waqf board is concerned, no, that would be a wrong argument because it was never in possession of the Waqf board. What can be argued is that no, we are the owners, and for 6 months, if nobody's challenged it,
I am going beyond the legalese.
This becomes a Waqf property.
I am going beyond the legalese. You know,
no, this is a state property, and is arguing on that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, beyond legalese, if you look at it, because the earlier two-judge bench of the Supreme Court, where the matter was just a couple of hours back, made it clear that we are not into, a title suit. This is not a title suit. This is not a civil matter court. And that's besides the point. But, Dhananjay, the fact is the possession is not disputed. The fact is that Waqf owns it is not disputed. Maybe within that broad framework, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi is arguing that the state owns it. But the fact also is that it has been a place of worship for one particular community, A. B, it is also a graveyard. You think it is propitious for an event like Ganesh Chaturthi to be held at a place like that, which is identified as a graveyard? I mean, are you opening a Pandora's box?
Well, first of all, the way the law of title works is that if you have something called an absolute title, then you must have absolute possession also. But the fact of the matter here is the title, I think, is not yet decided. And possession itself is not absolute because the decision of the Supreme Court given in the 1960s very clearly says that possession will not be allowed to do this and possession will only mean this. Now, after that, you had the BBMP excise rights over this property. And I think that's a very interesting question that you've raised. But this is such a huge land. If there is a graveyard on one side, that does not prevent students, children from going and playing cricket every day. And if it's being used as a playground, I think the Hindu religious groups don't have a problem in wanting to hold a Ganesh Chaturthi, because this is also somewhere in the center of Bangalore, because they believe that the more attendance would be possible. I think the ones who want to hold the Ganesh Chaturthi festival are the ones who must decide whether this is an appropriate place for them. And they seem to have thought of this place as an appropriate one, and they've made a petition. And, I think the difficulty arises here when the Waqf board claims things that it cannot establish as a matter of law. For them to say that over the last 200 years, it's not been put to this use or that use, I think is a bit specious, because I don't think they would be able to produce documents over the last 200 years, because nobody was really giving them documents. 75 years ago, this was in British occupation. So what kind of document to say that they've been in absolute possession and use of this property over the last 200 years? I've only been commenting as a matter of law. And if you were to ask me whether the Hindu groups ought not to have wanted this place to be celebrated for religious purpose, well, I don't know. Perhaps it would have been nice if the status quo had continued. But if Hindu groups want to use this property because they believe that this is the one over which BBMP exercises its rights, and there is no good reason why this property should not be allocated to them for a limited use of only 2 days in a year, I think they are entitled to make that claim. And so that's why we have courts, and then perhaps the Supreme Court will take a decision in the next 1 hour. But then if you ask my opinion as to what might appear to be reasonable, I think the reasonable decision here would be what the division bench of the High Court said, which is that, look, this property is being used for diverse public purposes. And when such is the case, why would you, prevent one other religious group from performing a small event here? Christian groups too could in fact should be permitted to make a small use of that next month or whenever they have a religious occasion. So if you start looking at it in terms of, okay, this has to be rigidly prevented from being put to a Hindu use, that's when the problem arises. But as the division bench of the Karnataka High Court said, if you're not going to adopt such a view, then I think it's fine if the government takes a call and then allots it to the use of Ganesh Chaturthi. Whose rights does it actually take away? Whose rights does this are affected if this property, which is anyway, right now, I think it's being used as a playground. Different groups come and play cricket and go away. So, and then the Muslim group
you mentioned
itself.
Go ahead.
Well, the Muslim groups themselves are powerless to put it 365-day use to a religious procession or to a religious use. They have strict limitations over what religious days that they can use this property. So what's really the harm? I think the most ideal solution here would be for the Waqf board to sue the BBMP in a civil court. So the writ courts are certainly not an answer at all. BBMP says they have the jurisdiction to let out this property to a Hindu religious group. Then it's for the Waqf board to sue BBMP in a civil court. So going to a high court and in a writ jurisdiction where the remedy is only of a summary nature and judges are not in a position to take evidence, where nobody is sent to say anything on a witness box, these are not the forums at all. So if BBMP says they have rights, then they may be right, they may not be right, but it's for the Waqf board to sue the BBMP in a civil court. And that not having been done, we just have to go with this common wisdom that judges would want to give out.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Kapil. So, Dhananjay is giving a very reasonable way out of this. But one more important question. There are 5-6 organizers who came and wanted to organize a Ganesh Chaturthi festivities at the Maidan. The BBMP said they can. The matter went to the court. A single judge bench of the High Court actually said that no event should be held. Then it went to a 2-judge bench which said let the state decide. And then the state said, okay, fine, maybe we can hold the event instead of these groups. So you see, there is no one particular claimant to the festivities, and that's why the government is getting its hands into it. You think this could have been best avoided, and the government also could have taken a position that let these organizers approach the Waqf directly, and if it can be amicably decided between the two sides, why not? And also remember, the state, of course, is the ultimate body that owns the Waqf board as well. So in a way, it's a state versus a state in the Supreme Court happening now. Karnataka versus Karnataka happening in the Supreme Court now.
So let me rephrase it and say this, that if parties could resolve their issues sitting across the table, you would not have any courts. There would be no acrimonious situation. And this is an acrimonious situation which also has political ramifications. And therefore, I'm glad that it is, before the Honorable Supreme Court or the High Court, and it is not in the hands of the mobs who are taking the law into their own hands, deciding it. And this is what politics and politicians might probably have done eventually, which would have been a very, very sad day indeed. So the matter is in the Honorable, it was before the Karnataka High Court, before the single bench, before the double bench, now before the Honorable Supreme Court, where a special court constituted. The issue is always of a larger interest. The issue is not just about this particular land, whether it belongs to the Waqf board, whether it's in possession or occupation of the Waqf board, whether any religious function can take place or not, whether the property is being used for 2 days in 365 days here or not. But there is a larger question here. And as you rightly said, that the court will not get into the question of who has the title to it, which is right, because that is not what the case is. But it will get into two prima facie questions. As Dhananjay said, whether the property can be utilized for public good when it is not being utilized by the person who's claiming it. That is one. And secondly, when there is a question or challenge as to the title of the property and there is no one person who's in exclusive occupation and possession of the property, can the state come to a decision? As far as whether it is state versus state, one, there are various cases going on in the court where a certain state body is fighting a case against another state body, and it is a very normal thing. That is one. But this is not that case, because Waqf board is bound by its own laws. The ownership and occupation and possession and the right over land pertains to a different set of laws for Waqf board. As you can see, if nobody challenges the possession of a Waqf board in a particular property only for 6 months, then it can claim possession on it. It runs parallel to adverse possession, which otherwise in other cases takes 12 years. And in cases of government property, 20 years. So the law, as far as what is being created for Waqf board is very different. Say that again, please.
That's also a point, in fact. This unnecessary litigation, something which could have been best left to the civil society to sort it out among themselves. If the two sides really wanted, this could have been, discussed. The High Court complicating the matter a bit by putting the ball in the court of the government. The government, obviously, because, there is this element which has been argued by Kapil Sibal that the BBMP polls are approaching ahead of Karnataka Assembly elections, in fact. And that's why Kapil Sibal has questioned the High Court verdict also. And then he has gone on to say that the Supreme Court must put a stop to this because this puts a mockery of Supreme Court's own judgment of 1964. And he has quoted extensively from that judgment. What is important is that Kapil Sibal harping on the politics part of it, but keeping aside politics part of it also. I mean, if there is some unnecessary litigation that can be avoided, the point Kapil was making, Dhananjay, that all these things ultimately add to the pressure on the courts, the numbers of cases that need to be handled, and the more important issues get left behind or get delayed. I mean, we know the pendency is a permanent standing issue insofar as our judiciary is concerned, more so at the Supreme Court level, given the fact that everyone wants quick redressal, and that mechanism has been opened by the topmost court of the country. In this case, for example, either the matter should have been handled with a little more clarity by the High Court or even by the government. Dhananjay?
Well, I think the Hindu groups have been petitioning for, holding Ganesh Chaturthi festival for quite some time. It's just that the matter did not acquire the drama that it has acquired this year. They've been petitioning it for a very long time, from what I understand and from what I read in the news reports. It's not like something erupted just this year. It's been happening for, I think, last 10, 12 years. It's just that it's acquired a great deal of drama this year. And I think it's all right. I think it's fine for courts to, for a single judge to take a view and then for a division bench to take a different view. I don't think this certainly should lead to a law and order disturbance or whatever, because everybody should be bound by what the courts would say. And the courts are being tested. And that's fine. I think you will always come across events where the writ courts will be tested in this manner. And I think it's a good, I mean, it's a very interesting development that two judges of the Supreme Court, even before they, in fact, could hear the matter at length, must have discussed the matter between themselves and have decided that they have difference of opinion. And also given the fact that tomorrow would be the festival and that a decision will have to come today, have in fact counseled the lawyers that they had better go to the Chief Justice and ask for a different bench to deal with the matter. So I think this is all fine. The way I look at it is that there is, of course, talk of this or that disturbance, but you can see the police force around. I don't think there will be any kind of disturbance or any of that kind. So I think all of these issues are fine. These matters do come up to before the courts, and it's just that this could have been done in I think somebody who went to the court could have gone actually 2 or 3 weeks earlier until the last minute. So I do not know who first to approach the court.
I will take a break, but before that, just an update on some of the arguments that have gone on since we have been discussing this. Dushyant Dave has argued that the learned single judge order of the Karnataka High Court is just. Obviously, because it stopped Ganesh festivities, Ganesh Puja to happen there, and then the bench has asked a question whether Ganesh Puja has ever been allowed on this land before, to which even Mukul Rohatgi answers, who is representing the state, that not by the state. To which Justice Oka says, even single judge has ordered modification. Ever single judge has ordered modification. And then Mr. Rohatgi says that still it was a pending matter. So I think the arguments are going to continue for a while. And I think I will take a short break on that note. But this Idgah matter going on in the topmost court of the country, the Chief Justice of India, Justice Lalit, had to, hurriedly constitute a 3-judge bench because there was some difference of opinion between the 2 judges on the earlier bench, which had 2 judges on it. And even as we speak, Dhananjay and Kapil, we are getting pictures of a flag march being carried out by the Karnataka police at the Idgah Maidan, just to keep law and order situation in check, to make sure that things really do not get out of hand. On that note, we have to take a short break, but we come back to the ongoing proceedings in the Supreme Court in connection with the Idgah Maidan case of Bengaluru.
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The APA MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near the sculptures of legendary freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev inside the Delhi Assembly grounds. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring 2 of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term as the Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि एलजी साहब भी विधानसभा में क्या कार्यवाही हो रही है उसे जरूर फॉलो करते होंगे। मैं मानती हूं कि जिस प्रकार से मीडिया में ये पूरी बातचीत चल रही है तो एलजी साहब ने भी जरूर देखी होगी, लेकिन मुझे दुख है इस बात का कि इतने गंभीर आरोप होने के बावजूद और इतने गंभीर तथ्य विधानसभा के पटल पर रखे जाने के बावजूद एलजी साहब ऐसे चुप्पी साध के बैठ गए हैं कि ऐसा लगता है दाल में कुछ काला है।
के पास है उसने दिया है उन दोनों को, किसको? हेमंत के साथ सुधीर कितने में लिया था? कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया रहेगा। एग्जैक्ट डेट तो नहीं मालूम है, तो नहीं बताएगा हमको.
This man, who's been caught on camera, has made the startling revelation that it is Datta Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
Just I went inside and just sat about 10-15 minutes and then came back. After inquiry, if they are really guilty, we will never meet him.
Protesters demand arrest, but accused seer remains free. Is there ghost law enacting against the rape accused? Ornab debates at 10 p.m.
Alright, stay with the breaking news update coming in. Hearing that's currently underway in the Supreme Court, and that hearing continues, expecting, in fact, more and more arguments being made right now. It was a hearing and a bench that was called literally in the last minute. CJI, Justice Lalit, appointed a third judge. The two-judge bench was split. They were divided on this issue of having Ganesh Chaturthi on the Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru. This is Chamarajpet in Bengaluru. A very contentious issue. One where the Muslim side is unwilling to yield, saying that it's our land and you can't have any other function on that particular land. So the hearing continues. Let's go across and get you the latest breaking news updates now coming in. Mukul Rohatgi is also arguing. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi saying for the last 200 years, this is used as a playground for children. So Mukul Rohatgi says it's been used as a playground for children, so there is absolutely no need for them to say that it's not used for any other purpose. And he's adding that the Supreme Court judgment is on the right for mass prayers. No argument regarding possession or title was made. If nobody is owner, Mukul Rohatgi's arguments are very interesting. He says if nobody is the owner, then it will go to the state. It will go to the state. Rohatgi says Supreme Court judgment is on the right for mass prayers. No argument regarding possession or title was made. And he also says, have a look at section 36 of this act. All lands which are not properties of individuals will rest with the government. The suit is before the Supreme Court was for injunction against corporation because corporation wanted to build a school. It was not a title suit. Essentially, a piece of land called Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru. The Waqf board, and the Waqf has a lot of properties in Karnataka, and the Karnataka Waqf board has been in the news for many land scams over the years and over the decades. And this land in the middle of Bengaluru, in one of the oldest areas of Bengaluru, some groups wanted to hold the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. They wanted to hold a mantap. They wanted to erect a mantap with the Ganesh idol there, and that High Court order is now being challenged in the Supreme Court. The Karnataka High Court single bench first said no, and a division bench said yes, and that's the argument in the Supreme Court now. Sibal's entire argument right now is that when the single bench said no, why did the division bench say yes? He's arguing for the Waqf board, saying the land belongs to the Muslims and it's been their land for over 200 years. So one fine day you can't just say that Ganesh Chaturthi can be held there. The argument on the other side is that when the land is being used for children to play, what is the problem? What is the problem for you to simply hold Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations? Those are live pictures that came in earlier of the flag march at the Idgah Maidan. Flag march at the Idgah Maidan, and we're standing by for the verdict. Dave, Justice Dave, Advocate Dushyant Dave. Kapil Sangla continues to stay with us. KV Dhananjay also continues to stay with us. Dushyant Dave, I called him Justice Dave by mistake. I'll stand corrected. Dushyant Dave says if he's wrong, he's in contempt. He says he's taking on Mukul Rohatgi. He says if he's wrong, he's in contempt. Rohatgi says no. Every day we cite Supreme Court judgment. It is his understanding. So it's a matter of interpretation right now inside the Supreme Court, and it's a face-off. First, a face-off between Dushyant Dave and Kapil Sibal, and now a face-off between Dushyant Dave and Mukul Rohatgi. Kapil, the way it's going, all sides, it's getting very technical, but I think both sides have made up their mind. It will be upon the Supreme Court and the wisdom of the court to take a call on this.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It seems that all gloves are all off. It seems to be a fist fight right now. Mr. Rohatgi has cited a judgment and gone by its interpretation. Mr. Dave has denied and challenged that interpretation, but that is something which we are entitled to do in the Honorable Supreme Court, to cite judgments and to say it in a way that we interpret it and we see it. It is now on the Honorable Supreme Court to come to a just decision. Not every day that you have a three-bench that is constituted, especially for matters like these. As I said, these are matters which are really of national importance, because these are questions that go really into the very the root of the issue of the properties that are enjoyed by Waqf Board or claimed to be enjoyed by Waqf Board when they're not really in occupation or ownership of the same, and when their titles have been challenged. As I already told you, there are various cases which are similar cases which are pending in Delhi as well, where the people who are occupiers and shop owners have challenged the right of the Waqf Board or of the Mutawalli on the said property, and those cases are also going on. If I'm not mistaken, there is also a case pertaining to the right of the Waqf Board which was granted by the erstwhile government, where they stated that where a property is not challenged and is in occupation of the Waqf, then vests into the Waqf Board, that also is under challenge. That also was an issue that was pending in the Honorable High Court. So these are questions that have been pending since long. As my learned colleague has stated, that these matters have been argued since long, but I think they've just come in the limelight now. So let us wait and watch. And I am really looking forward also to the interpretation of the Honorable Supreme Court, whether a property can be enjoyed and can be used for general public or for public use, if the same has not been in possession or utilized by the owners or by an organization that otherwise is not in occupation, not in possession, or is not using it or only using it for 2 times or 3 times annually. So that's also quite an interesting facet of what is being argued right now. And I'm really looking forward to the decision of the Honorable Supreme Court.
In fact, there are more updates now coming in. And Mukul Rohatgi arguing on behalf of and on the side of those who want the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations to be held at the Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru. He's arguing, he says, this property, even within the limits of the BBMP, belongs to the Karnataka government. So he continues to harp that this property belongs to the Karnataka government. This open ground belongs to the Karnataka government. He's adding on the points of how this falls under the jurisdiction of the Karnataka government. He says the Joint Commissioner makes a finding that it belongs to the government, and unless this order is set aside, the finding of the quasi-judicial authority is binding. Why did the single judge only grant use for just about 2 days? So he's saying that the single judge did not say no, but said yes to allowing it for 2 days. He's adding that the single judge allowed the state to celebrate Independence Day and Republic Day. Why this is allowed? If I'm the owner, why would I allow it? This is not consistent with exclusive ownership or title. So he's getting on the technical aspect of it. He's saying on the technical aspect of it, Dhananjay, see, Rohatgi is trying to make a point. He's saying if you, and he's referring to the Waqf Board, he's saying if the Waqf Board says it is exclusively to be used on 2 days, Ramzan and Eid, and no other day, then you can't on one hand give it out as an open playground and let children play, and then say Republic Day is okay, Independence Day is okay, children can play, it's an open ground, but say no to Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. And that's the point he's trying to make. He's saying the single judge allowed the state to celebrate Independence Day and Republic Day. Why is this allowed? If I am the owner, why would I allow it? This is not consistent with exclusive ownership or title. It's a fantastic point. He's saying if I'm the owner, why would I say yes to that and no to this? I think that's a very interesting question there, Dhananjay.
Well, yes,
it puts the Waqf Board in a complete spot.
Well, the state government is before the court. The BBMP is before the court. So it's not just a matter of a private group petitioning to use this property for a Hindu religious purpose. It is a state government that's taking a stand. It's a BBMP that is taking a stand. And the courts would not be able to say that they will just go with the version put forth by the Waqf and then discount the version put forth by the state government. If the counsel for the state government says that the state government treats this land as state government property, then the court will have to, take it at face. The court would not be able to say that I'm sorry, I'm not going to consider your argument. I am instead going to simply consider the argument of the Waqf that they, in fact, would have all the control over the property. Because the state government is before the court, it is the state government's claim that would receive primacy over the claims made by the Waqf. In that view of the matter, I don't think this, I'm expecting, or rather, I would assume that the outcome in this case would, from the Supreme Court, would be the same as what the division bench of the High Court has already held, which is that because state is laying claim, and state is not expected to come and make frivolous argument before the courts, because the state is a continuing entity. And the courts will take all of the state tomorrow if the state made claims today, which it is not in a position to back up with appropriate evidence. So when a state on an affidavit, when I say state, I mean the government of Karnataka, when it makes a statement on an affidavit that this property should be treated as belonging to it and that it must be free to put it to another public use, it would be so very difficult for the courts to discount that argument presented by the Waqf. Notwithstanding that emotions are flying very high before the Supreme Court as a matter of law, I think it is the state's side, or rather the version put forth by the state, that will receive primacy here as a matter of law.
Some more updates coming in right now. Justice Oka of the Supreme Court observing that, it says permanently not to enter the property and build. So if the BBMP can't even enter the lands, and if the BBMP can't enter the property, can they allow celebration and a festival? So the Supreme Court asking how did the BBMP or this body allow the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in the first place? Mukul Rohatgi arguing it's not the BBMP but the state which allowed, making the technical point that it's not about a body but it's about the state. And that argument continues. Rohatgi is also referring to the Supreme Court order right now, and the Justice Sundaresh, Supreme Court asking what is the cause of action for the suit. Rohatgi says they were building a school. So it's getting into a technical argument right now. And Rohatgi says if nobody is the owner, state is the owner, saying that the property rests with the state. But I want to, try and put a larger question here, Kapil. You see, how many hearings have we seen? In the last 1 year, for example, you take the last 1 year, so many hearings that you've also been a part of as far as the broadcast is concerned, the reporting of it is concerned. You've had the hijab case, you've had the Gyanvapi case, and in most of these cases, right? You see, somewhere when it comes to the religious aspect of it, the lines are drawn. And at some point, what do the courts look at? I mean, for example, just from a layman's perspective, because I've seen this ground, Kapil, I'll tell you, I'm from Bengaluru, I've seen this ground before. It's basically just an open ground. It's just an open ground. Children are playing there. Hundreds of people, children go there to play, and it's just an open ground. 2 days a year, people go there to offer their prayers, one on Ramzan and Eid, and that's about it, right? Now, what do the courts consider when a subject like this comes up? Because one would wonder that in the interest of because the larger message that will go out, for example, if say the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations are held, would be of social harmony, would be of communities coming together, would be of communities, understanding each other, letting it happen. But we're so polarized, and our society is polarized. And I look at the issues. Will the court take all of these issues into consideration when looking at a case like this?
Very beautifully put, very succinctly put. So let me say it like this, that in cases like these, when you're talking about writ jurisdiction, the High Court looks into two facets. One, whether your fundamental rights need to be protected or are being infringed. And the second is whether your constitutional rights are being infringed, and things like those. In Supreme Court, if you file a PIL or a writ, then the court only looks into whether your fundamental rights are being infringed. That's one part of it. The second part is when an order is challenged. The court, the higher court or the court before which it is being challenged, or the appellate court, usually sees whether on the touchstone of law it is a good order, whether there are any precedents that go against that order and whether those precedents have been given due credence to. Thirdly, whether the entire facts and proper facts have been put forth before the court and whether the court has rightly appreciated those facts or not. What also would be seen in cases is whether the evidence that has been brought forth is legal, valid, and in terms of the Indian Evidence Act. That's the first part of it. The second part of it in cases like these is it's like the milk stool argument, that there are three limbs to any argument, whether there is a good prima facie case before the court for the court to come to any prima facie finding where a protection is required or an interim order is required. So a prima facie case would also mean whether you are rightly the owner, occupier, whether you are in possession of the property, whether you've been utilizing the property, and what is the use of the property. The second part would be prima facie case. The second part would be that whether you can be compensated in terms of money. So if an order is not given to you, if no protection is given to you, tomorrow can you be compensated in terms of money. And the third, of course, is whether you have a good ground to come before the court, whether you have come with unclean hands, whether the statement that is made before the court and the evidences that have been brought to are credible, can be used by the court, and things like those. So there are three parts to any argument that is brought before a court, especially in appellate courts, but also in lower courts when you're asking for any interim protection or interim stay or any injunctory relief. So those are the things that the Honorable Supreme Court would be listening to today itself. What is being argued, one, is whether there are any binding precedents or any precedents that the court can look into. So the second would be that is there any prima facie case, whether the Waqf Board has been in ownership, occupation, exclusive right and utilization, etc. or not. Whether the law that is being used is good law or bad law. So, for example, two things have been argued, that there was an informal understanding 15 years back within the Waqf Board as well as some outsiders and other people of the community that the said property can be utilized for functions and festivities as well. So what the Honorable Supreme Court is seeing, whether there is any sanctity to that statement. What has been argued by Mr. Rodgi is that one of the gentlemen is the petitioner before the court today. The other aspect would be that whether the Waqf Board really did have the right or the ownership of the property, or whether the ownership has now been vested with the state, as Mr. Rodgi has stated, that the property exceeds with, there is no owner of the property, or where there is a dispute. The third, of course, the Honorable Supreme Court would look at the larger interest, because anything that comes out of the Honorable Supreme Court is binding for every court all over India, for all the high courts, for all the lower courts, and also is a precedent for the Supreme Court for times to come. So it would also look at the larger picture, what would be the effect of an order that the Honorable Supreme Court passes, because the Honorable Supreme Court also has, inherent powers to do substantive justice, to do something which is right for the community, for the people, for the citizens of India. So those are the things that the Honorable Supreme Court would look into, and those are the things that any court looks into when it actually is passing any order.
And there is a very significant hearing right now, significant observation or argument, argument made right now by Rohatgi. He says, Dhananjay, nobody can be the exclusive owner of a burial ground in this country. Rohatgi argues, saying in India, nobody can be an exclusive owner of a burial ground in this country. He further in his argument says, Supreme Court judgment says, it's an Idgah and a burial ground, but children are playing there. How can all this happen? Can I be restricted to enter a burial ground or Idgah in Delhi?
Yes, I mean, a part of this land is being used as a burial ground, and the fact that part of this land is being used as a burial ground would itself indicate that the land is put to a very diverse use. And so far as the Waqf Board is concerned, they don't have absolute control over this property. And in that view of the matter, should the government, state to the court on an affidavit that they are exercising or they would prefer to exercise the state rights over this land, I think that would end the matter so far as the writ courts are concerned. And the courts would always give to recognize to the Waqf body the right to move a civil court and then to establish its rights, because notwithstanding what the Waqf law says, when there are deep-rooted civil disputes, then those disputes can't be dealt with by the Waqf tribunal. It will have to be dealt with by a proper civil court. So a civil court is the one that the Waqf board will have to go to, and then to request a civil court to prevent anybody from exercising any manner of right over the property. And that's a long drawn process. So we are talking about the outcome for tomorrow. And so I think the arguments being made by the state government are arguments that will have to receive primacy because as I've been pointing out, the court simply would not be able to, this is a summary proceeding. The writ proceeding is a summary proceeding. If the government says that this is property over which it wishes to exercise sovereignty and then property rights, then it would not be open to the court to say that, okay, look, we are not going to let you do that. So I think it's a Waqf board that's, showing a great deal of aggressiveness here. And that's a bit unusual, considering that they've not really moved a civil court at all, and they've been making all these exaggerated claims. So I believe that it's a Waqf board that's a bit on the aggressive side here, number one. Number two, you have to consider the fact that this is a very vast property which is not even fenced, which is being put to such diverse public use. And then the government records, treat it as a revenue land. And then the government says that, look, I don't mind giving it to a religious purpose for a Ganesh Chaturthi festival. And after it's put to a Ganesh Chaturthi festival use, obviously the Christian groups would want to come and hold a Easter procession. That too should be permitted. And the Muslim groups too might want to hold other religious events for which there is a bar at this point of time. The Muslim groups won't be able to put it to an absolute Muslim use. I think they have a few occasions only when they could make use of this land. So it's possible that the Muslim groups themselves could go up to the state government and say that, look, notwithstanding the past limitation we've had over this land, please let us use this for some other religious purpose. So I think if you look at this dispute from a common man's perspective, I think a common man might assume that the Waqf board's position here is very unreasonable. And it's more likely that the courts too, again, you have a single judge agreeing with the Waqf board, a division bench not agreeing with the Waqf board, and the matter is now before the Supreme Court. And it's more likely that the Supreme Court might agree with the division bench and say that, okay, look, we will leave the state government to do what it wants to do. That is, it put it to a public purpose. So I think the aggressiveness on the part of the Waqf board, I think it's a bit unusual. And I think that's staring in the face. That's what I would like to point out here.
Another very significant argument being made by Mukul Rohatgi, very senior advocate in the Supreme Court. He says, Kapil, very interesting. He makes two beautiful examples, two beautiful mentions, comparisons. He says this land is an open ground, only 2 prayers a year. He says only 2 prayers a year, one on Eid and Ramzan. He says children are playing there. There are shortcut footpaths. Is this title? Okay, forget title. This is not even possession. He says, look at Bengal. He says, look at Bengal. Durga Puja happens everywhere. He says, Durga Puja happens everywhere. Nobody asks if it's a Hindu ground, Muslim ground. It happens everywhere across West Bengal. And there is complete communal harmony there. And he also says, in Delhi, he gives the Delhi Dasara example. He says, in Delhi, Dasara effigies burned everywhere. Will people say, don't do this Hindu festival? He says, we have to be little broad-minded. We have to be little broad-minded. And in Gujarat, streets and lanes, he says, in Gujarat, are streets and lanes blocked for festivals. What great blunder has the High Court done that Sibal is complaining is what Mukul Rohatgi is saying. I think we're at a very critical stage of the hearing because we're hearing that the arguments have ended. I'm just getting a confirmation now. Just getting a confirmation. Judges are discussing among themselves. And the Solicitor General has just intervened. Kapil Sibal says, we all know it's an Idgah and it is not a mosque. Rohatgi says 2 acres of land is not a mosque. Sibal says we know it's an Idgah, not a mosque. A Supreme Court says let's all cool down. He says let's all cool down. It's 5:50. The verdict is in a few minutes. I'm requesting both Kapil Sangla and Dhananjay stay with us. It's a hearing that will have huge ramifications. The order in a few minutes from now. Stay tuned. The judges are discussing among themselves. The order should be out any time now. Standing by for the verdict from the Supreme Court. Stay tuned.
है उसने दिया है उन दोनों को।
किसको?
तो हेमंत के साथ
सुधीर कितने में लिया था?
कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Datta Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
In a sharp attack on the Congress party, BJP National President JP Nadu claimed that the grand old party is losing ground because it's failed to reconcile local and national objectives. He's also said that the main reason is that people who have been members of the Congress party for more than 40 years are now leaving the party. Incessant rainfall is leading to major disruption across the country. Visuals coming to us from Badrinath highway seem to suggest that the highway was blocked, disrupting traffic. The STRF is in the spot rescuing passengers and local people. A woman named Veena Devi from Surat has filed a complaint stating that his son died by suicide, and she discovered a note which said that his partner and her brother forced him to consume beef, due to which he committed suicide. A case has been registered and a probe is now underway. In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hazare today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and certain suspicions that have been raised by Phogat's family.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV as we stay focused. Tomorrow is Ganesh Chaturthi and all of it begins it marks the beginning of the festivities. We're live from Mumbai and the festivities have already begun in Karnataka. Tomorrow's a big day, and the Waqf board in Karnataka doesn't want the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations to happen at the Idgah Maidan after the High Court allowed it, and in the Supreme Court the hearing is underway. It's a hearing that is very, very sensitive, and Mukul Rohatgi arguing for the side that wants the Ganesh Chaturthi celebration at Idgah Maidan is arguing right now. It's Rohatgi versus Sibal. It's happening right now in the Supreme Court. So we're standing by for the order. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta arguing for the state government of Karnataka, also saying that the entire premises of my learned friend's submission is he says what is the value of the register and what is the value of the entry. So basically he's arguing with Sibal and Dave perhaps, and he's saying the state is not a party. He says the state is not a party to any suit or any findings, and there is no suit for ownership. But before we went into the break, an argument that was made by the senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, that you look at the Bengal example, Durga Puja happens everywhere. He looked at the Delhi example, saying that in Delhi Dasera happens everywhere, and he said in both of these festivals, or even in Gujarat, he gave a Gujarat example, saying in Gujarat festivals happen anywhere, but people don't block the roads. People don't say you can't enter this road, you can't get into this ground. People don't say that you cannot do Durga Puja here or there. Or in Delhi, he said, for that matter, Dasera, he said effigies. Nobody says it's a Hindu thing and you can't not burn effigies here. And spoke about the exclusivity of the ground, saying how can it be exclusive when children play there, when Republic Day, Independence Day celebrations are held there? Is the Waqf board being selective, perhaps, was the question that he was trying to ask. Shawan is joining me. We will stay on this breaking news broadcast with Shawan, because the verdict is going to come any time now. It's going to come any time now. We should be able to get the verdict, Shawan. And I think after that, we can kickstart with the show. This is exclusive with all the exclusive stories. The Ganesh Puja verdict is happening any time now. And Mukul Rohatgi has completely destroyed the argument that was made on exclusivity, saying if it's an open ground and open ground children are playing 2 days a year, you say that it's exclusive to Muslims only, saying 2 days in a year Ramzan and Eid prayers are held, and that argument has been demolished completely when he says it's a ground with footpaths and people walk in and out. So where does the exclusivity come from? Shawan, I think we can give our viewers the headlines and we'll come back to the story.
Well, in fact, we'll be tracking the story very closely as the arguments are underway. We'll get you the verdict as the verdict comes out first on Republic TV, getting you all the details. But up first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour, and then we go back to the hearing which is underway. Big lead in the Sonali Phogat murder probe. Goa police makes massive revelations about the accused. Republic brings you Ground Zero reporter from Assam's Borpeta after 6 have been arrested with alleged terror links. As justice for Ankita, clamour grows after the brutal Dumka murder. The victim's father speaks to Republic TV. It's Kejriwal versus his mentor Anna Hazare. Now Anna says Kejriwal is intoxicated with power. Delhi Lieutenant Governor red flags the Aam Aadmi Party government again, questions 5-year delay in the CAG audit. Amid Idgah Maidan row over Ganesh festival, heavy police deployment and flag march in Bengaluru. The Supreme Court hearing is underway on the Idgah matter in Bengaluru. It's turning out to be Mukul Rohatgi and Kapil Sibal now arguing in this matter. We'll quickly go across to Niranjan, who's joining us from the Mumbai newsroom to take us through the details that we're picking up, the arguments which are basically underway. A quick recap of what we know so far in terms of the arguments that have been made by Mukul Rohatgi. In fact, some of the instances that have been highlighted by Mukul Rohatgi, in fact, being that festivals in other states, particularly in West Bengal, where Durga Puja essentially is being held in all possible land, where essentially no discrimination being done, whether at all this land belongs to the Muslims or the Hindus. Similar sort of an analogy now being drawn in the Idgah issue. Let me bring in Niranjan, who's getting us all the details. Niranjan, just a quick recap of the arguments that have been put forth all this while.
Shravan, so this is a very controversial issue that has been brewing for several weeks now. Just to give you a little bit of a background, a few weeks back, some groups wanted to host the Ganesh Chaturthi festival at the Idgah Maidan, and they got the permission for it. The matter went to the court. A single judge bench said something and the division bench allowed it eventually. And then the Waqf board owns the land. They say that for 200 years the land has been theirs. They've been claiming exclusive possession, saying that it's the land belongs, saying that the land belongs to, saying that in this particular case, for 200 years the title has been with them, and that they own the land and no other religion, no other function can take place, is the argument that was made by the Muslim side here, the Waqf board. And the Waqf board says it is exclusive, and 2 times in a year, once on Ramzan and the second on Eid, is when prayers are held. And apart from these 2 functions, their argument was that no other religious function can take place at the Idgah Maidan. Now, the fact is, Shravan, just to give you a little bit of an idea about this ground. So it's a ground in an area called Chamrajpet in Bengaluru, and Chamrajpet is one of the oldest areas, Shravan. It's one of the oldest areas, one of the most populated, and I say one of the oldest because it's close to the city market. It's close to the old city market, and it is close to the city market, and it's just an open ground basically. It's an open ground, and in this open ground, a lot of children just go there to play. And I'll tell you, the story is taken a political color because several Hindu groups feel that it is their right and they can hold the festival there. They say the festival, the Ganesh Chaturthi festival. Essentially, they want to put up a Ganesh mandap there. They want to get a Ganesh statue and they want to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi. Now, that is their demand and that is what they have been fighting for. But the Waqf board, it's become a sort of a communal issue because of the political tinkering in this, because a lot of political parties are also making comments on the side. A lot of right-wing groups also try to instigate. So the Waqf board is, making it a prestige issue. I think for somewhere for them also they feel that they have to draw the line, and that's what Kapil Sibal was trying to say, that the land belongs to us, and out of nowhere you're trying to have this Ganesh Chaturthi celebration on the Idgah Maidan, and there's going to be communal tension. Their argument is land is ours, you can't hold Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations, and if you do hold, there could be communal tensions. Now, the other argument, Mukul Rohatgi arguing has broken into this entire argument of exclusivity, saying that how can you call a land exclusive when children are playing, when it's basically an open land, and the Republic Day celebration is held there, the Independence Day celebration is held there. So the counter argument is the Waqf board being adamant? Are they being narrow-minded when they try to block? Why do they have a problem with the Ganesh Chaturthi celebration is what Mukul Rohatgi and the senior advocates who've been arguing for those who want to hold the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations are saying. Now, they feel the Waqf board is being extremely narrow-minded. So that's where the issue stands, and the court has been hearing it. There was a technical argument that was made, and at some point earlier in the day, the Supreme Court, the two-judge bench was divided. The bench also said, we are divided on the issue, so what we will do is we will send it to a three-judge bench. And the Chief Justice of India appointed a third judge, Justice Indira Banerjee. The third judge then came in, and that hearing continues, and they're basically, now the arguments are on merit. Kapil Sibal at one point, Kapil Sibal and Dushyant Dave basically are fronting this entire battle for those who want the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations to be blocked from the Waqf board, of course. And this is the update so far, Shavan. Anytime now, I think the Solicitor General is also arguing right now, so we should be able to get those updates as well. But that's where we stand right now. In a few minutes from now, and like you mentioned earlier, Mukul Rohatgi made that mention, brought in the Bengal example, saying that when Durga Puja happens in Bengal, people don't say it's a Hindu ground or a Muslim ground. And one of the arguments earlier made by Dave was that will Hindus give their land for Muslim functions? So it's become a very, very contentious issue, and everyone's watching this very closely. Shawan.
Well, in fact, an interesting point also being raised by the Karnataka High Court, and this essentially summed up this entire matter with the Karnataka government also stepping in. And I'm just quoting from the Karnataka High Court order, in which this is what the acting Chief Justice Alok Aradhe and Justice S. Vishwanath Shetty had basically said with regards to why exactly it should be opened up. In fact, they say that the principle of religious toleration is the characteristic of the Indian civilization, and that's exactly why, in that perhaps keeping that in mind, they have permitted the state government to consider and pass appropriate orders and applications that were received by the Deputy Commissioner seeking use of the land in question for holding religious and cultural activities for a limited period. Now, just as Niranjan was recapping this entire matter, it all basically starts with the fact that certain Hindu groups essentially want to continue with the celebrations of Ganesh Chaturthi at that very land. Remember, this land has already been utilized for Independence Day and Republic Day celebrations, and if you simply go by the first interim application, in which it was indicated that the state government or the BBMP are essentially permitted to celebrate the Independence Day and Republic Day in the subject land. It can also be continued to be used as a public playground. As far as the Muslim community is concerned, they can continue to offer the prayers on the subject land on the days of Ramzan.
Shawan, there's a breaking news update. There's a breaking news update right now. The Solicitor General, Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General has just intervened for the state of Karnataka, and he says, please allow us to permit. He says, the state of Karnataka says the court should allow 2 days for Ganesh festival. saying that the state of Karnataka should allow 2 days for the festival. He's also saying that allow us to permit a government-managed temple. He says allow us to, he's saying suggestion is to balance equities, allow us to permit a government-managed temple to hold Ganesh festival only for tomorrow and day after, with the responsibility of the government without putting any permanent structure, and we will take care of the law and order. So the government of Karnataka making a big declaration in the Supreme Court, saying they are willing to take the onus, and they will let's highlight that. In fact, let's highlight that, because government of Karnataka says let's balance it out and let's allow a 2-day festival.
Well, in fact, that's the latest coming in. As I was just pointing out, as Niranjan is getting us the breaking news, and perhaps we'll also try and recap for all of you as who are tuning in right now to understand what's really transpiring as far as this case goes. Remember, the Karnataka State Waqf Board had basically approached the Supreme Court challenging the recent order that was passed by the High Court permitting of Ganesh Chaturthi rituals to be held in the Idgah Maidan at Bangalore. As Niranjan was also pointing out, just to give you an understanding for all those who are outside Bengaluru to understand why exactly this becomes a sensitive matter, more importantly because this is essentially part of what's largely known as the old city, and more importantly the fact that this matter was brought in as an urgent one by senior advocate Kapil Sibal, who highlighted that the Supreme Court, he's basically highlighted that back in 1964. Go ahead, Niranjan. Just
Shawan, judges are discussing right now. The judges are discussing, Shawan. So I think anytime now we should be able to get a verdict, because the judges are discussing after what the Solicitor General said. He suggested that the state manages this Ganesh Mandap for 2 days and ensure that they're trying to balance it out. They're calling it a balancing of equities, saying allow us to host this Ganesh Chaturthi at the Idgah Maidan for 2 days, that is tomorrow and day after. So the state government takes care of the celebrations tomorrow and day after, saying after that they will make sure that the structures are not permanent. They will take care of the law and order. So they want a balanced order. They are for the Ganesh Chaturthi at the Idgah Maidan. So that's a big update, Shawan. The state government has openly said that they are okay with this. And Justice Indira Banerjee, Supreme Court saying, why don't you maintain status quo? Then SG says then SLP is allowed at this stage. What I am saying, allow us for 2 days. Sibal says that means SLP is dismissed, or the special leave petition is dismissed. So we have to get the technical aspect of it. But just waiting to see what the courts now say. But I think they're already discussing, because the state government is of the view that you can still at this stage hold the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations, but have it for 2 days, tomorrow and day after. And after that maybe after that they will clear up everything. They will take care of the law and order. That's what the state government is saying. I think the judges are discussing again, Shawan. That's the breaking news update coming in, that the judges are discussing again. So anytime now there should be a verdict on this. Advocate Subhash Jha is also joining us right now. Subhash Jha, Justice Indira Banerjee of the Supreme Court saying, she asked the petitioners, why don't you maintain status quo? In this case, status quo would mean go by what the Karnataka High Court said, right? Or would the status quo mean, no celebrations there?
I wouldn't know. I have not been tracking this news, what happened in the past, in what context the status quo order has been said. Now, status quo would mean if the celebration or if the preparation have been made. So possibly the Supreme Court wanted the celebration or the program to go ahead with. But at the same time, if there was nothing done in the process of celebrating the function, then possibly it would mean that the Supreme Court doesn't want the program to go ahead. So I wouldn't know exactly what transpired in the past. But something is extremely disturbing, that any community could have any objection for Hindus celebrating their own festival in their own country.
Right now, there is another development, Subhasha. Right now, the judges are discussing, and the Solicitor General, very interesting arguments here. I'll tell you the status quo, the story, I'll tell you the status quo is being put in perspective here. Dave says, for 200 years, status quo you want to change. This will make our petition infructuous. Solicitor General says, now at this stage, allow us 2 days. It is going to be a permanent, it is not going to be a permanent structure. Ganesh festival is ultimately for Visarjan. Dave says, Chief Minister, this is responding to what Dave said, to what the Solicitor General says. He says, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh gave us an assurance and undertaking, and then Babri Masjid was demolished. So you see the kind of arguments that they're making. When the state government of Karnataka, look at that. Dave says Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh gave us an undertaking and Babri Masjid was demolished. And the judges are discussing again. The Solicitor General said, I am not saying only government managed temple, not unidentified people. And Dave is saying you should not manage any temple. And Justice Banerjee is saying, why don't you maintain the status quo? And the Solicitor General has said then SLP is allowed at this stage. What I am saying, allow us just 2 days, tomorrow and day after, to hold that Ganesh Chaturthi festival, and it's over. We remove the structures, and there is no law and order situation. We take care of everything. Supreme Court, Shavan, Supreme Court has also said, and Justice Oka responding to what Justice Indira Banerjee said, saying that what my sister was saying, for 200 years it was not done. You also admit, so why not status quo? For 200 years, whatever was not held, so let it be. And the judges are discussing again. And Dave has said under Section 3 of the Places of Worship Act, there is an absolute bar against conversion of use of religious land for any other religion, and it was upheld by a 5-judge bench. Okay, that's the update so far. That's the quick update I want to come in with. Subhasha, if you want to come in on what the judges are observing right now.
I want to just add a few things. See, we must understand one thing, that India was under British rule for 200 years and under the Mughals for 800 years. So for 1,000 years, this Hindus could never raise their voice. And after 1947, the government which we have had in our country, which ruled the country, never encouraged Hindus to pursue their own religion so vigorously. For the first time, I think after 2014, that the Hindus have started realizing that they have been always sought to be marginalized, or their rights were curbed and were not protected, not taken care of for all these years. So therefore, if now the Hindus are trying to say, I mean, how can any court stop Hindus from performing Ganesh Utsav only for 2 days? That is what even the Solicitor General seems to have suggested to the Supreme Court. I think this was a fair demand by the Hindus, and it should not have been stopped. It should never be stopped. It is our right to celebrate, and we will not, the Supreme Court will not decide where we should be celebrating. Shravan.
Mr. Jha, if I just can quote what Kapil Sibal essentially highlighted at the beginning of the hearing, he's basically citing 1964 in the Supreme Court had basically stated that the Municipal Corporation of Bangalore had no right over the same. Now, he had basically said the single judge granted status quo. Division bench next day said that anybody can perform anything. Unnecessary tension will be created. We do not want that. It does appear that there is an assumption that there could be a law and order situation, and that is the reason why status quo should be maintained. As I understand, for Kapil Sibal, the status quo would be that nothing must be done as far as this land is concerned.
Shravan, I think
there's a breaking news update. There's a breaking news update. Sorry, Shavan and Subhasha, sorry, there's a breaking news update. Justice Sundaresh asked, has any puja preparation been done? Kapil Sibal said, no, nothing for the Waqf board. And then Justice Banerjee said, hold your horses for a little long, hold the puja somewhere else. Justice Banerjee says, go back to the High Court. Sibal says, we will cooperate in the early hearing, which more or less means it's a setback. It's a setback to those who wanted to, it's a setback. Is that the end of the matter? Is that the end of the matter? Appears to be the end of the matter.
Because tell me, how are we going, which court you're going to approach tomorrow now? the function is tomorrow, the Ganesh Chaturthi is tomorrow. So when are you going to celebrate, or when are you going to have preparation, when are you going to have function? I mean, this is very shocking. This is horrible. Now tell me one thing. Kapil Sibal and other Dave who are arguing. Now, should they not address to the Muslims praying, encroaching upon a large area of public roads? That time there is no problem of law and order. What happened in Shaheen Bagh for more than 1.5 months? The Shaheen Bagh area, the entire area was cordoned off, was laid under siege, and that time the same Supreme Court sends interlocutor to talk to those people and try to resolve. Then there is no law and order problem. Let there be law and order problem, I say. But we are fighting in our own country to celebrate our own festival. Where should we be celebrating our festivals? Tell me, in Pakistan or Bangladesh?
Yeah, there is a breaking news coming in. The SLP has been disposed of. Status quo as of today to be maintained. Status quo as of today to be maintained. That's the Supreme Court bench's order. Issues raised in the SLP may be agitated by both parties before High Court. In the meanwhile, status quo as of today to be maintained by both sides. The SLP is disposed of. So I think that's where it ends. Judges say let there be status quo, asking for them to go back to the High Court. Is that possible? Tomorrow's Ganesh Chaturthi. I think they wanted it tomorrow and day after. Is this the end of the matter? Then Subhasha.
See, unless and until we have in our country, we have seen the Supreme Court opens at the midnight for hearing Yaqub Menon's plea. So why not to make the High Court work at 12 o'clock in the night and tell the High Court, persuade the High Court that the Hindus should be permitted to celebrate? Because the function is tomorrow. Please try to understand, Shravan. I mean, Hindus, can it be even comprehended that Hindus are supposed to be fighting in their own country to have celebration of such an important magnitude? And that too for 2 days. I can understand if the demand would have been for 7 days or 10 days. Then you could have come out and said that no, it doesn't matter now. There is going to be some problem or the other. Are we going to stop Eid being namaz being performed on the streets? Every city, every nook and corner of the country, we see namaz being performed on the streets, public places. That time there is no encroachment. That time there is no law and order situation.
Yeah, I think this is going to be something we'll have to wait and watch. No puja allowed. No puja allowed. There is no Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations will be allowed at Idgah Maidan. Let's try and get some reactions from the BJP in Karnataka as well, because the state government will not be happy with this. They were backing this celebration. They were arguing in the court. In fact, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also argued for the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations to take place at the Idgah Maidan. Shravan, so I think, in this politically charged season, Supreme Court has said issues raised in the special leave petition may be agitated by both parties before High Court. The Supreme Court says maintain status quo, go back to the High Court. I'm not so sure until and unless something dramatic happens. I mean, anything can happen. In the meanwhile, status quo as of today to be maintained by both sides. Status quo as of today to be maintained on both sides. Shravan.
Well, in fact, if you just take a look at some of the arguments that have been put forth in the court right now, what turns out is that the Supreme Court essentially saying that status quo should be maintained. No puja is to take place at the Idgah Maidan. And as far as the puja celebrations are concerned, that can actually take place at some other location. Now, one of the concerns that was being raised was the fact that this could perhaps lead to some sort of a law and order situation. But having said that, enough assurances were also given to the court, stating that the law and order situation would be taken care of. And also, several other concerns were basically raised during this entire hearing. Now, Kapil Sibal essentially started by citing, saying that the Supreme Court had made it abundantly clear back in 1964 itself that the Municipal Corporation of Bangalore had no right over the same. However, this was once again challenged. In fact, we also have Swapnil Kothari joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Kothari, just The latest news now coming in from the Supreme Court. Judges essentially saying that status quo should be maintained. The puja can take place at some other location. It does seem that what senior advocate Kapil Sibal had to argue in the court has been accepted.
That is unfortunately the situation, that is the judgment. And I told right up front when I was there with Abhishek and Niranjan that is possibly the view that the Supreme Court seems to be taking and will take, because they don't seem to want to open a Pandora's box at their doorstep. So they've said that go approach the respective high courts. Anybody wanting to have Ganesh Chaturthi celebration can knock the doors of the High Court immediately and have an urgent hearing before 12 midnight, or even let it go past midnight and try to do what had happened in Yaqub Memon's case. So if that, of course, that was to sort of stop the death by hanging. But nevertheless, if this is also of so much importance to anybody who wants the religious festivities to take place and wants to have a broad secular outlook and wants the courts also to have it, then I think they should approach the High Court. Nothing should stop them from approaching. But this is the approach of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has indirectly told them that let the High Court decide it, or I think both the factions should decide it sitting across the table, and they don't want that their judgment should be taken up as some sort of a precedent for the future purposes in terms of floodgates of litigation being opened. Because let's take a scenario, Shavan. I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. Let's take a scenario where the court would have allowed this and would have said that, okay, we are passing a final order saying that let the puja be allowed, let Ganesh Chaturthi be allowed. This is an open land. We'll pass a detailed order in the future saying that this is an open land owned by the state and there is no such waqf property as such, even if it's up to a certain point it was. The 1964 judgment doesn't apply. All of those things. Let's take that this to be a final. It would have been a landmark judgment, yes. But then you can imagine the amount of litigation at the doorsteps of the Supreme Court. That was my only inhibition that I had from the courts to stay away from it. Especially the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has done it. They have decided to stay away from it because although they may not state it in the order, but they've said that what harm does it take? What harm is it going to take place? If we do not allow, go and do your puja somewhere else. So, in as much as it's more of a setback for the people who, are Hindus and terms of that, but I have to say that this is Hindustan and this is my right only as Hindus, is to deny the secular promise that our founding fathers of the Constitution had. Although we may call it Hindustan, but there are a multiple number of communities who stay in this country with equal rights under Article 25. So if you want to litigate this, please go ahead with the High Court, to the High Court, and litigate before them. There is no question. Nothing stops them. And I'm sure that the High Court will hear it just the way the Karnataka High Court in the Hubli matter just earlier today passed an order in favor of the people wanting to hold Ganesh Chaturthi festival. So I don't think anything stops somebody from approaching the High Court for that matter. And they should, although yes, it's a little too tight in this situation to go at this point in time. I understand the discomfort that people could have. But, if this is the order of the Supreme Court, whether you like it or leave it, you have to accept it. Even I don't like it for some aspects, but then, I have to live with it. Because I knew this is where it was going to go.
Yeah. Just getting in the first political reaction there. Political reaction. S. Prakash is joining us on the BJP. S. Prakash, Supreme Court saying they will not hear it. They're saying you hold the puja somewhere else. Interim status quo will continue for two more days. Your party's first response to it?
No, if the Supreme Court has given the status quo order, it is everybody has to accept it and follow that. There is no other choice to it. But there is one more thing. They have directed the parties to approach the High Court for further redressal. High Court had earlier had asked the state government to take a final decision on whether to hold a Ganesh Puja or not on that ground. Now the ball is back in the High Court. Certainly, those who have approached the Supreme Court will approach the High Court for the redressal, and they are hopeful of getting the order in their favor, as the ground belongs to the state government.
Okay, thank you. So I think they are being very Swapnil and Subhash continue to stay with us. But today earlier there was another order, Subhash, another order of the Karnataka High Court which allowed a similar puja in Hubballi Idgah. Karnataka High Court has allowed the Ganesh Chaturthi at the Hubballi Idgah. It's another district. There it's allowed. But here status quo. So how do you view this? Do you think that will have any ramification if they go back to the High Court? with the Hubballi precedent now in place?
Hubli, the situation possibly could be different than that of Idgah. But I want to draw an analogy of two such incidents which have taken place in our country. One is, what about Shaheen Bagh? Two, what about the agitation of the farmers who laid the country or a huge chunk of area for a siege almost for months together? Look at the Shaheen Bagh agitation. What was the agitation for? And there, the Supreme Court sent two or three interlocutors to discuss with those people who were agitating. Now, and if you see, I tell you, if you stop function on the ground of apprehension of there could be law and order situation, then this law and order situation is everywhere. I mean, we have namaz being performed on every nook and corner of the country. So are we going to stop everything in the apprehension of there could be some law and order situation?
Yeah. Abhishek is also joining us. Yes, Abhishek.
Well, I think Swapnil wanted to say something, but Swapnil, I'll just come to you. Malvika Avinash, I believe, is joining us over the phone. Malvika, the Supreme Court really putting its weight behind this argument that you should not be disturbing a status quo unless there is an absolutely solid case, and things really looked wobbly for the BBMP and Niranjan comes from Bengaluru. We are getting pictures which have been trending all day of flooding happening on the outer ring road, and that's something which the BBMP should be more concerned about. Silicon Valley of India that it is, the city. Malvika Avinash, you think the Supreme Court has done a good job of restraining? In fact, the Supreme Court used the word hold your horses for a little longer and let there be status quo and let peace not be disturbed.
No, these are completely two different matters. I do not know what excessive rain and water flooding has to do with what is settled already as far as the Idgah Maidan. I don't even want to use the name Idgah because the Maidan belongs to the Kandaya Ilake, which is the revenue department of Karnataka. The court has settled, the High Court has settled the matter. The High Court has clearly established, it has been established before the High Court that the land belongs to the revenue department and hence should be available for all kinds of public use as long as the revenue department permits it. This is what the High Court had ordered. I am indeed finding it extremely unfortunate that the Supreme Court had to uphold the status quo order because the land belongs to the government. And therefore, where is the question of having a law and order problem, or where is the question of anyone wanting to object to it? If it indeed belongs to the mosque, then yes, they can object to it. When it belongs to the government of Karnataka, it was only but natural that Ganesha should have been allowed to be placed there and the Utsav allowed to be celebrated. It's very, very unfortunate, but we will go back and fight it out in the High Court all over again.
Right, thank you. Malvika Avinash, of course, the matter is all set to go back to the Karnataka High Court, and with the Supreme Court observations guiding, I think the conclusion, we can understand what the High Court stance could be. But then, of course, for now, the Supreme Court allowing status quo. Let's go back to the most important story on the political space that has been panning out through the day, and which is Anna Hazare really taking on his former protege, a one-time protege, Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, writing him, questioning his position on the excise policy and whether it was in line with the principles that Anna stood for and with Kejriwal vouched for as well when he was with Anna Hazare in the India Against Corruption movement. When did he shift the position? Let's listen into what Anna Hazare had to say and then come back to see how Kejriwal has evolved his position.
केजरीवाल मुख्यमंत्री होने के बाद कभी मैं खत लिखता नहीं, आज तक कभी लिखा नहीं, लेकिन ये सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण एक शराब की रणनीति पॉलिसी एक गलत बनाई, जिसमें महिलाओं को तकलीफ होगा, समाज में प्रदूषण बढ़ेगा और हमारी युवा शक्ति जो राष्ट्र शक्ति है वो युवा शक्ति बर्बाद हो जाएगी। इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा।
अन्ना, दूसरी बात यह है कि अगर आपके पत्र से उन्होंने कुछ कार्यवाही नहीं की तो आप आगे का कदम क्या उठाएंगे? क्या आंदोलन होगा?
वो आज नहीं कहूँगा।
लेकिन अन्ना, जिस तरीके से भ्रष्टाचार के आंदोलन में वो आपके साथ शामिल थे और आज इस तरह की नीति बनाना, आप उस पे क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, नीति बनाए वो गलत बनाए ना, वो गलत बनाए इसलिए तो मैंने लेटर लिखा कि ऐसी नीति बनाना ठीक नहीं। जो नीति सिर्फ सत्ता और पैसा सिखाती है, समाज और देश तो बाजू में ये बराबर नहीं है।
तो क्या अन्ना, आपको लगता है कि सत्ता का नशा उन पर चढ़ा है इसलिए ये सब हरकतें हो रही हैं?
मैंने उनके पत्र में लिखा है।
देखो, जब भी इनके पास ये कुछ कहते हैं और जब जनता इनकी सुनती नहीं है तो फिर ये किसी को सामने लाते हैं। जैसे पंजाब के चुनाव के पहले इन्होंने कहा केजरीवाल आतंकवादी है, तो जनता हंसने लगी इनकी बातों पे। तो फिर इन्होंने कुमार विश्वास को आगे किया, बोले कुमार विश्वास से कहलवाया। अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया। अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही। अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं। तो ये तो ऐसे करते ही रहते हैं, राजनीति है। मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि अब सीबीआई की जांच हो गई है, कुछ भी नहीं निकला, अब इसके ऊपर राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, जो दिल्ली के अंदर 20-20 करोड़ रुपए दे के ये एमएलए खरीदना चाहते थे, उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। जब हम जांच से नहीं भागे, हमें जांच से डर नहीं लगता क्योंकि हमने कोई गलत काम किया ही नहीं, तो ये जांच से क्यों भाग रहे हैं? उसकी भी तो जांच होनी चाहिए ना भाई। 20-20 करोड़ रुपए में 40 एमएलए खरीदना चाह रहे थे, 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने रख रखे थे, उसकी जांच से क्यों भाग रहे हैं? उसकी जांच क्यों नहीं करा रहे?
Jolt to Congress in Jammu and Kashmir. Former JNK Deputy Chief Minister Tara Chand, former Ministers Abdul Majid Wani, Manohar Lal Sharma and Gharu Ram and former MLA Balwant Singh also met Azad in Delhi and are likely to announce their loyalty to him today after resigning from the Congress. The leaders will resign today when new Congress chief Vikar Rasool Wani and AICC JNK in charge Rajni Patil will land in Jammu and hold a rally to showcase Congress strength. Azad, 73, a former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, ended his 5-decade association with the Congress, terming the party comprehensively destroyed and lashing out at Rahul Gandhi for demolishing its entire consultative mechanism. Over a dozen prominent Congress leaders, including former ministers and legislators, besides hundreds of Panchayati Raj institution members, municipal corporators have already left the Congress to join Azad. Azad will soon be launching a national level party from Jammu and Kashmir. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
म्हणजे प्रत्येक वार्डमध्ये दारूचं दुकान उघडायचं, म्हणजे तुम्ही दारूला प्रोत्साहन देता, मला ते फील झालं आणि पहिल्यांदा मी अरविंदच्या विरोधात अशा प्रकारची नोट काढली.
Did Kejriwal change his line on liquor? Did Sisodia influence Kejriwal to become pro-liquor? On of debates at 9 p.m.
Republic has received a big lead in the Sonali Phogat murder probe. The Goa police have revealed that the key accused in the murder case has used fake documents to forge a passport. Alright, DMK ally VCK calls for secession. The BJP counters.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
In Assam, 2 more persons identified as Akbar Ali and Abdul Ghulam Azad linked to the global terror outfit of the Al-Qaeda were arrested from Barpeta district. A total of 6 people so far have been arrested in connection with the crackdown in the state. Telangana's Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao tore into the NDA government at the centre, saying people should take a pledge to make a BJP Mukta Bharat in 2024, and further said that a government of farmers will be coming at the national level in the future soon. After the tragic demise of 19-year-old Ankita, who was set on fire on the 23rd of August in Jharkhand's Dumka, the ADG ML Meena visited the deceased family. He inspected the place of occurrence of the crime and said that safety and security for the family has been ensured. 2 accused have been arrested so far in the case.
और ये इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है, ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है।
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds.
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one.
Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia reached a Punjab National Bank branch in Ghaziabad for the Central Bureau of Investigation search of his locker in connection with its probe into alleged irregularities in the capital's now withdrawn excise policy. Sisodia was accompanied by his wife. After the CBI searched the bank locker of Manish Sisodia in connection with its investigation into alleged irregularities in the Delhi's excise policy, Sisodia gave himself a clean chit, stating that nothing was found in the CBI probe.
अष्टमी के दिन जब सीबीआई की रेड की गई थी तो उस दिन मेरे घर से मेरी पत्नी के लॉकर की चाबी ले गए थे, जिसका लॉकर यहाँ है। आज सीबीआई उस लॉकर को खोलने आई थी, उसकी जांच करने आई थी। उन्होंने हमें भी बुलाया था। लॉकर में भी जैसे मेरे घर में कुछ नहीं मिला, वैसे ही लॉकर में भी कुछ नहीं निकला। मुश्किल से 70।
The face-off over the Delhi liquor scam exploded as social activist Anna Hazare hit out at AAP Supremo and his former protege, Arvind Kejriwal. In a letter addressed to Kejriwal, he reminded the Delhi Chief Minister of his stance pertaining to liquor shops during his India Against Corruption days. While the mentor lamented the U-turn taken by the AAP founder and alleged that Kejriwal has now fallen into power of intoxication, there were no words from the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia as he addressed Delhi Assembly. He maintained silence over Anna's Liquorgate stinger.
के ऊपर चलता हुआ दाग नहीं है, उसको कोई जीरो नहीं बना सकता। अगर अरविंद नांगल
Manoj Tiwari, Member of Parliament of the BJP, cited the incident in which a government school student in Outer Delhi's Nagloi was injured after a ceiling fan in a classroom fell on her head. He alleged that semi-permanent structures were used in many government schools and that is the reason why fans are falling off the ceilings.
दिल्ली की स्कूल में पढ़ने वाली एक बच्ची के ऊपर चलता हुआ पंखा गिर गया। नांगलोई की वो बच्ची इस समय अस्पताल में जीवन और मौत से जूझ रही है। अभी भी उसकी स्थिति चिंताजनक है।
In a fresh attack on the AAP-led Delhi government, the BJP said that liquor and education scams had become the twin towers of corruption in the Delhi government and the Arvind Kejriwal dispensation was gradually building more floors in it.
नोएडा में
2 टावर, ट्विन टावर ध्वस्त किए गए। पर दिल्ली की जनता पूछ रही है कि दिल्ली का जो ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन है, एक टावर है शिक्षा घोटाले का और दूसरा टावर है शराब घोटाले का, और इस दोनों टावर का जो बिल्डर है मनीष सिसोदिया, देखिए कितनी विडम्बना।
Even as the Aam Aadmi Party claims to have brought about a revolution in education in Delhi, Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena gave a reality check about government colleges. Delhi LG red flag delay in universities audit, questioned the 5-year delay in the CAG audit as well. Even as leaders continue to desert Congress, peeved at the leadership, sources reveal that Rahul Gandhi is set to be elected as the party president once again. As per sources, the leaders close to the Wayanad MP are aggressively lobbying for his candidature, though he is reportedly unwilling to contest the election. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor said that an election will be good for the party while refusing to comment on whether he will run for the post of the Congress president after his recent article in a Malayalam daily triggered speculation that the former union minister could contest. After 30 years of Babri Masjid demolition, the Supreme Court closed all the proceedings that rose out of the demolition of the Babri Mosque in 1992. The Apex Court quashed all the contempt petitions as well, stating that with the passage of time and in view of the 2019 Supreme Court verdict on Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid land dispute case in Ayodhya, the contempt cases cannot be proceeded.
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The APA MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near the sculptures of legendary freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev inside the Delhi Assembly grounds. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring 2 of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term as the Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि एलजी साहब भी विधानसभा में क्या कार्यवाही हो रही है उसे जरूर फॉलो करते होंगे। मैं मानती हूं कि जिस प्रकार से मीडिया में ये पूरी बातचीत चल रही है तो एलजी साहब ने भी जरूर देखी होगी, लेकिन मुझे दुख है इस बात का कि इतने गंभीर आरोप होने के बावजूद और इतने गंभीर तथ्य विधानसभा के पटल पर रखे जाने के बावजूद एलजी साहब ऐसे चुप्पी साध के बैठ गए हैं कि ऐसा लगता है दाल में कुछ काला है।
के पास है उसने दिया है उन दोनों को, तो हेमंत के साथ
कितने में लिया था?
कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया है। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Datta Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
Breaking news development coming in. 2 terrorists have been eliminated in an encounter operation in Shopian, which had been going on for a couple of hours. In fact, based on a tip-off, security forces had launched a search operation and coordinate search operation, as it is called, CASO, in the Nagbal area of Shopian district in South Kashmir, and 2 terrorists affiliated to the proscribed Lashkar-e-Taiba have been killed. We are getting fresh pictures of the spot where the encounter took place. It went on for more than a couple of hours, in fact, and 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists have been dead. In fact, the number has increased to 3, and that's the latest update. Initially, it was believed that only 2 terrorists were holed up in the area, but there were 3, and all 3 have been killed. Let's go to Erawat Mehraj on that note. He's reporting on the story. Erawat, आप क्या बता सकते हैं, ये 3 टेररिस्ट जो मारे गए हैं, तीनों लश्कर-ए-तैयबा के थे, और इसमें से फॉरेन टेररिस्ट कितने थे और कश्मीर के कितने थे, जरा बताएं।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल, ये कश्मीर घाटी में लगातार सुरक्षा बलों का ऑपरेशन ऑल आउट जो लगातार चल रहा था, वही इसमें 3 लश्कर-ए-तैयबा के मिलिटेंट्स मारे गए। फिलहाल हमने पुलिस ऑफिशियल से भी बात की तो उन्होंने अभी कहा हम फिलहाल अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं क्या ये जो तीनों लश्कर-ए-तैयबा के मारे गए टेररिस्ट थे, क्या ये कश्मीर घाटी से बिलोंग करते हैं या पाकिस्तान के हैं। फिलहाल अभी भी वहाँ पे कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चल रहा है और लगातार वहाँ पे अभी जितने भी एरिया है एंट्री पॉइंट्स और एग्जिट पॉइंट्स की बात करें, उनको फिलहाल अभी तक भी सुरक्षा बलों ने सील करके रखा है और वहाँ पे अभी भी तलाशी जारी है, कहीं और भी कोई मिलिटेंट छुपा हुआ तो नहीं है। मैं आपको ये भी बताता हूँ, जब ये सुरक्षा बलों ने पूरे इस इलाके को कोऑर्डिनेट सर्च ऑपरेशन में ले लिया, जो छुपे हुए मिलिटेंट थे उनको सुरक्षा बलों ने ऑफर किया था सरेंडर करने के लिए, लेकिन सुरक्षा बलों ने वहां से उन आतंकियों ने वहां पे उस ऑफर को नकारा और सुरक्षा बलों पर गोलियां चलानी शुरू कर दी। जी
Right, Erawat, thank you so much for joining us on the phone and updating us on the latest in the Shopian encounter. 3 terrorists killed by security forces in the Nagbul area of Shopian district in South Kashmir. Based on a tip-off, the security forces had launched a cordon and search operation. Initially, it was believed those were 2 terrorists, but ultimately, after the end of encounter, 3 terrorists' bodies were found, all 3 belonging to Lashkar-e-Taiba. These are in fact exclusive pictures from the encounter site of the bodies of the slain terrorists, and in a while we would know whether all 3 were foreign terrorists, given the fact that Lashkar-e-Taiba keeps sending those from across the border, or any one of them or more were from Kashmir. Pictures from the Shopian encounter clearly showing the terrorists dead. On that note, we have to take a short break and come back on the other side with other stories. Facing disqualification, Chief Minister Hemant Soren's MLAs have arrived in Raipur, Chhattisgarh.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
के पास से तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को।
किसको?
तो हेमंत के साथ
कितने में लिया था?
कम से कम 6-7 हज़ार में लिया होगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man, who's been caught on camera, has made the startling revelation that it is Datta Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
In a sharp attack on the Congress party, BJP National President JP Nadu claimed that the grand old party is losing ground because it's failed to reconcile local and national objectives. He's also said that the main reason is that people who have been members of the Congress party for more than 40 years are now leaving the party. Incessant rainfall is leading to major disruption across the country. Visuals coming to us from Badrinath highway seem to suggest that the highway was blocked, disrupting traffic. The STRF is in the spot rescuing passengers and local people. A woman named Veena Devi from Surat has filed a complaint stating that his son died by suicide, and she discovered a note which said that his partner and her brother forced him to consume beef, due to which he committed suicide. A case has been registered and a
Well, let's go back to the Kashmir story where 3 terrorists have been gunned down by security agencies in an encounter in Shopian district of South Kashmir, in fact in the Nagbal area of the district, and all 3 belong to Lashkar-e-Taiba. It seems we have to still get information whether those were from Pakistan or whether any of them was from Kashmir as well. Zeenat is joining us live, possibly from the encounter site. Zeenat, please tell us, please bring us up to date on the encounter. 3 terrorists dead. Were they Pakistanis? Given the fact that Pakistan is facing floods, are they continuing to send terrorists into Kashmir?
See, as far as the encounter in Nagbal area of Shopian district of South Kashmir is concerned, the 3 dead bodies have been recovered from the encounter spot. The encounter was launched after getting a specific leads generated by the Shopian police, and then CRPF was taken on board for the operation. We are seeing the 3 dead bodies have been recovered, although we have also accessed the exclusive pictures of the dead bodies of the terrorists that are lying in the compound of the residential house. As of now, we are picking they are the local terrorists. The 2 of them, the third one who has been neutralized just a while back, he is yet to be identified. What we are picking from the people who are the part of the operation, they say that they had received an input about the local terrorists in a residential house in Shopian. Although this encounter is still on because input was generated that the 4 terrorists are taking their refuge in the residential house of Nagbal area of Shopian, South Kashmir. Abhishek, we have been seeing as far as the Shopian district is concerned that in almost 3 to 4 operations, terrorists managed to escape from the encounter spot. But this time there is definitely a luck from the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, where the 3 terrorists as of now have been neutralized by the joint forces.
Well, 3 terrorists neutralized by the joint forces in Shopian, and encounter operation coming to an end. Thank you, Zeenat, for joining us. On that note, again a short break, and we continue with the coverage of other stories on the other side.
Shock over open calls for secession.
ஓராண்டு ஆகஸ்ட் 17 அடுத்த ஆண்டு ஆகஸ்ட் 17 வரை நாங்கள் இதை விரைவுபடுத்துவதற்காக கிராமமாக சனாதன சக்திகளுக்கு எதிராக களமாடுகின்றோம்.
Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hazare today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and certain suspicions that have been raised by Phogat's family. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has said that Sonali Phogat's family has given a letter to the Chief Minister demanding a CBI inquiry into the matter, in which the family has levelled serious allegations that big faces can be involved in this particular murder.
सोनाली फोगाट का परिवार आके मुख्यमंत्री से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की है कि इसमें कुछ बड़े चेहरे भी शामिल हो सकते हैं इस हत्याकांड के पीछे, इसलिए इसकी सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए। तो उसके पत्र के आधार पर हमने गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री को, गोवा सरकार को हमने लिख दिया है कि इसकी हम सीबीआई जांच की स्ट्रॉन्गली रिकमेंड करते हैं कि इसकी सीबीआई जांच करवाई जाए। नहीं, अब उनका पत्र है, उसी आधार पर हमने गोवा की सरकार को लिखा है।
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The AAP MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near the sculptures of legendary freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev inside the Delhi Assembly grounds. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring 2 of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term as the Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
All right, let's go back to the Shopian encounter and the pictures of the 3 terrorists killed by security agencies after a couple of hours of exchange of gunfire between the two sides. All 3 are supposed to be belonging to Lashkar-e-Taiba, and possibly all 3 are foreign terrorists having come from Pakistan. Weapons seized, the cleaning up of the encounter site and the sanitization process as per protocols has been going on. And we earlier had Zeenat telling us how, based on a tip-off, the security agencies launched cordon and search operation. Zeenat is back with us, in fact. Zeenat, please tell us what exactly is going on now. Has the area been sanitized and everything accounted for in terms of the bodies of the terrorists, the whatever material obtained from them? And my question, for the benefit of viewers who are joining in, whether these were Pakistani terrorists or any of them belong to Kashmir as well?
See, Abhishek, as far as the encounter today in the Nagbal area of Shopian is concerned, I will tell you that this is an operation that was launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The int of this operation was actually generated by them, and operation was also carried by the Indian Army as far as the neutralization of the terrorists is concerned, because they are the one leading from the front when it comes to the operation. As of now, 3 terrorists have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army in the Shopian, and as per the reports that are coming in, they are the local terrorists. This is what my sources are telling me, that the local terrorists have been neutralized by the joint forces in the operation that is taking place in the Nagbal area of Shopian. The lead was generated by them, very swift and a very quick operation carried by the joint forces. We are not seeing any collateral damage as far as this operation, which is still on, because the search operation still continues at the encounter spot. We have accessed the special and the important pictures of the terrorists who got neutralized in this operation. One can see the dead bodies lying in the compound of the residential area where the terrorists were taking their refuge. It was more like an hideout from them, or these residents of this very house were providing logistic as well as the support to the terror organizations. That is why we are seeing the encounter in a residential house. Although there had been the number of warnings from the Jammu and Kashmir.
From Srinagar on this story, 3 terrorists of Lashkar-e-Taiba eliminated by security agencies after a gun battle in Nagbal area of Shopian district in South Kashmir. On that note, we come to the end of this bulletin. This is all we had in 6:30 p.m. live and breaking. For the biggest story of the day, it's biggest story tonight with Niranjan Narayan Swamy in our Mumbai studios.
Thank you for that, Abhishek. In fact, I request you to stay with me because we have 2 exclusive news breaks and would like you to be with us on this breaking news broadcast as well. Let's get you the headlines on the biggest story tonight. Soren's 18 MLAs unaccounted for as they land in Raipur, Chhattisgarh. They go from Jharkhand to Chhattisgarh. Is the government falling? Is Soren scared? Is Chandrababu Naidu returning to the NDA after 3 years? Scoop on the biggest story tonight. No Ganesh Chaturthi at the Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru is what the Supreme Court has said. It's status quo for now, asking all parties to go back to the High Court. Anna reminds Kejriwal of his promise on liquor. He writes a stinging letter saying he's intoxicated with power. Kejriwal doesn't respond to the specific charges and the letter, but he says that BJP is using Anna and they're shooting off Anna's shoulders. DMK ally VCK openly bats for a separate Tamil nation. A top leader of the VCK declaring war on Sanatan Dharma and saying let's get a new Tamil nation soon. The seer in Karnataka, Shivamurthy, not arrested yet. Netas are flocking to meet him. BJP MLAs are his guests today. And getting in some breaking news now, a political scoop on the biggest story tonight. In 2019, Chandrababu Naidu was one of the faces of the opposition. In fact, he broke away from the NDA in what was a big exit. He broke away and he decided to join the opposition ranks, and that turned out to be disastrous for him. Turned out to be a complete disaster. He lost the elections, both the assembly elections, the Lok Sabha elections, and he even realized it at some stage. And Chandrababu Naidu, we are hearing, is likely to rejoin the NDA. The TDP chief also met Prime Minister in Delhi recently for a brief few minutes. He spoke to them, and we are hearing that talks are on between BJP and TDP on the elections that are coming up in two states, in both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. In Andhra Pradesh, of course, that's the state where the TDP has a big presence, a big hold. They were in power there before Jagannathan Reddy took over as the chief minister. And Abhishek is also joining me live. We'll go across to Abhishek as well. We're now hearing that there is a possibility that he could be joining the NDA once again, at a time when the NDA is looking for allies. He's looking for valued partners across the country. Now, this is where Chandrababu Naidu can come in. Naidu at one point, a satrap, someone who was considered one of the tallest leaders in the opposition, and continues to be a formidable force in both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. He has a significant presence in Telangana as well, even though KCR is dominant. TDP has a presence there, roughly between 10 to 20% of the votes that they have in the state of Telangana. In Andhra, of course, he's the principal opposition. So there is a possibility that the BJP, with an eye on both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, could be looking at sealing that alliance in these two states. And at one point, it was so bitter between both these parties when they broke up in 2019. Many people said that they will never ally again. But there seems to be an olive branch that went out recently. When he was called to the Azadi Ke Amrit Mahotsav as well, where he met a few leaders as well in the national capital and a few ministers. And we are hearing the talks are underway, and he's met a few leaders of the BJP. There are talks that are on, and there is a possibility that he could be joining the NDA again. Let me go across to Abhishek. All right, so that was a breaking news update that we are getting you on top of the biggest story tonight. An alliance perhaps in the making. Aneri is also joining me live right now. Aneri, we are hearing that TDP could be rejoining the NDA. There is a possibility that they could be rejoining the NDA, and that talks are on.
That's right, Niranjan. We have been seeing that recently during the presidential polls and during the vice presidential polls, the TDP had supported the NDA, and also at the same time, we had seen how there were political replications which were taking place in the state of Andhra Pradesh when Prime Minister Modi and Chandrababu Naidu held. There was a meeting between both of them in the national capital just few days back, and also now it is being expected that the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu, after meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi few days back, will he go back and join the NDA also remains to be seen, because there are talks which are going on between the BJP and the TDP have been underway in both states. And also at the same time, Chandrababu Naidu was invited during the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav event, and also not to forget, after the meeting between Chandrababu Naidu and Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently, there was also a meeting which was held between the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagannathan Reddy and Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the national capital. So definitely we have been seeing how political scenario has been growing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Well, Andhra Pradesh is all set to go for polls in 2024. The state assembly elections will be taking place in 2024. So all eyes on that. But yes, not...
Aneri, just stay with me, just getting in some more news. Let me go across to Abhishek for a perspective on this one. Abhishek, when the breakup happened, I think it was before the 2019 elections, he was seen as the opposition mascot. He, of course, realizes now that that was a disaster. It hurt him politically. His party broke. He lost badly in both Andhra in the state elections and also at the national elections, in the Lok Sabha elections. And we are hearing that the olive branch has gone out because at one point the BJP said they will never, the doors are closed. I remember one leader said the doors are closed for Naidu. But it appears that at a time when they're eyeing both Telangana and Andhra with elections coming up soon, Naidu could be rejoining the NDA. What's your sense, Abhishek?
Well, the reason why he could be joining NDA can be seen from these comments that Chandrababu Naidu made on the independence or during the Independence Day celebrations that he participated in Guntur in Andhra Pradesh, Niranjan, and that's where he praised, among other leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. You know, the reason why the breakup happened between Chandrababu Naidu and the BJP or the NDA at that time, sometime in 2015-16, was because Chandrababu Naidu on the issue of Polavaram and Amravati, and he was still Chief Minister of the state, wanted more and more money to keep flowing from the centre, even as accountability when it was fixed on the state government. Chandrababu Naidu did not like it. There were some allegations of corruption as well. So obviously now, since Chandrababu Naidu has been out of power for a while, there could be complementarity in terms of making sure that seat adjustment is there so that, the energies are not dissipated, because in respective states in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, Chandrababu Naidu, though out of power for a while, can still act as a force multiplier for BJP wherever they are lacking in cadres, given the fact that these are southern states. So obviously that kind of complementarity might be being looked into by the BJP as the two states head into election sometime later next year, next to next year in fact. But what is important is, Niranjan, that Chandrababu Naidu has been praising Prime Minister, and as Aneri was mentioning, he has been an invitee to Delhi on more than a couple of occasions. In one instance, an official function, and at other instance, a private function where Chandrababu Naidu has also met the Prime Minister. So obviously, indication is that the BJP might be looking at the possibility of having some kind of tie-up again with Chandrababu Naidu, though of course in 2015-16, when he was Chief Minister and with the NDA, the fact of him not willing to be held accountable on the issue of Polavaram and Amravati became a breaking point in the alliance.
Thank you for that, Abhishek. Stay with me. In fact, there's another big breaking news story that's coming in now from Jharkhand. We brought you the pictures earlier of all the Jharkhand MLAs, or at least a bulk of them from the UPA, that's the JMM and the Congress and the one or two smaller parties, packing their bags, leaving for Chhattisgarh. Packed their bags from Jharkhand and they've headed to Chhattisgarh. Out of the 50 UPA MLAs, and that's the next breaking news update right now, that out of 50 UPA MLAs, we are hearing that just 32 MLAs have landed in Raipur. Now that's the number that we have. The number can be up or down, plus or minus, but we are hearing out of the 50 UPA MLAs, just around 30 have landed out of the 50. Prakash, what are you hearing? Is that roughly the numbers with him? Where are the other 17 or 18? Is that trouble? Prakash?
No, there is no trouble as yet, Niranjan. These 33 MLAs who have landed in Raipur are with him, and there are some other senior MLAs as well, including Hemant Soren, who have stayed put in Ranchi, and on certain reasons, on ill health or certain other reasons, there are certain other senior MLAs who are not supposed to go to other side or cross the fence, have stayed put in Ranchi. That's what we get to know. So numbers is not a problem as of now, and that is why the secret of letter being uncovered as yet. So now the problem is, for the past 5 days, Jharkhand is facing a political stalemate, and the reason behind is the letter that has been sent by the ECI to the governor. Now we are told that the governor is seeking legal advice. And what is that legal advice all about? That's $1 million question. If he has to be terminated, if his membership has to be terminated, if it's written in the letter, you should terminate his membership. That's the thing. But that's what the JMM camp and Hemant Soren is alleging, that the BJP is trying to poach the Congress MLAs who are vulnerable. That's what we get to know and we understand as far as the politics in Jharkhand is concerned. And that's what the BJP is trying to buy time for. So in order to protect their MLAs, the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha and the Congress has flown in their MLAs to Raipur, which is a friendly state because you have a Congress rule there, and one fails to understand why there is a delay in uncovering the letter. So there is a political crisis in Jharkhand, and yes, if somebody wants to cross the fence, you cannot stop them. But by doing this, JMM has just ensured that some section of the BJP or the BJP leaders are not in touch with the JMM MLAs or the Congress MLAs to lure them with plum posting or with money or certain other things. But yes, as far as the succession plan is concerned, it is going to be tricky and difficult for Hemant Soren, because once after the termination, he has to choose a successor. Who can that successor be? If that successor, either his wife or Sibu Soren or Rupi Soren or someone in the family or someone outside the family can really pull the MLAs along with the alliance, that's also $1 million question. So the BJP is also keeping a close eye, because BJP has the support of 26 BJP MLAs, 2 AJSU, 2 other MLAs. You require 11 MLAs in the 81 member assembly in Jharkhand. So it's a very tricky situation, and all these things are being done in the run-up to the 2014 elections, because this part of Eastern India is very crucial. With Nitish Kumar gone now from your kitty in Jharkhand, if you have your own government, then it will be a friendly wicket to bat on in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Yes.
Prakash, stay with me. A quick word from Abhishek before we go across and get you some more breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. Abhishek, what are the numbers? How are the numbers stacked up? And do we have a breakup of how many of these MLAs? Prakash feels that his view is that the Congress MLAs could be shaky in this case.
Well, numbers, irrespective of whether from the Congress party or within the JMM are shaky, you know, the numbers look little favorable towards the UPA or the alliance that is the ruling dispensation as of now, Niranjan. The only thing is two mysteries, you know, why it is taking so much time for the governor to forward the sealed cover envelope of the election commission to the speaker, because there is nothing much the governor or the speaker have to do. They have to accept what the election commission has said. Also, the mystery of if the UPA has the numbers and the manner in which the MLAs are split between the JMM and the Congress party, essentially, it would be difficult for the BJP to do a Maharashtra on them. So in that case, irrespective of whatever we are hearing about Basant Soren, why would Hemant Soren embarrass himself by taking all his MLAs to neighboring Chhattisgarh and not be confident of himself in his own state? At max, he could have, taken all the MLAs in a poor network area where they cannot receive phone calls. If the concern was that they are being tapped by the BJP for whatever move that the party might be planning.
Thank you for that, both Prakash and Abhishek, for joining us on this broadcast on the biggest story tonight. Keeping a close track on the story as MLAs from Jharkhand move to Chhattisgarh, a friendly state, a Congress state, and on to another story now, this time from the state of Tamil Nadu. This morning, a clip emerged, and a clip of a DMK ally. A clip of a DMK ally openly calling for secession. Openly calling for secession and a war against Sanatan Dharma. And the BJP has responded to it. Anna-Malai, the BJP chief of Tamil Nadu, responding. And here's what Anna-Malai said while speaking to Republic TV. And
சனாதன சக்திகளுக்கு எதிராக களமாடுகின்றோம். அதற்கான இளைஞர்களை நோக்கி நாங்கள் தந்தை பெரியார், புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கருடைய கருத்தியலோடு நாங்கள் அணியமாகிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த சனாதன சக்திகளுக்கு எதிராக களமாடுவதில் எங்களுடைய உயிரே போனாலும் அதை பற்றி கவலைப்பட மாட்டோம். சனாதன சக்திகளை வீழ்த்துவது, தமிழ்நாட்டை முழுமையான தமிழ்நாடாக நாங்கள் மாற்றுவது என்கின்ற அடிப்படையில் தான் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் களமாடுகின்றோம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் செங்கொடியின் இந்த நினைவு நாளில் விடுதலை, தமிழ்நாடுடைய முழுமையான விடுதலை, தமிழர்களுடைய உரிமை, இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஒரு தனித்துவமான நாடு என்பதை அடைவது என்பதுதான் செங்கொடி அவர்களுக்கு நாம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய உறுதிமொழி, கடமை என்று சொல்லி செங்கொடிக்கு வீர வணக்கம் செலுத்தி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
a political party that is in alliance with the DMK, which has got elected MLAs and MPs, one of its leaders in the stage, talks about creating a separate state, getting away from India. This language which was used in the early 1960s is still being used in Tamil Nadu. So we have seen in the last 2 years, especially with the DMK and its alliance partners, this is not nothing new. Recently, in a stage when the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu was sitting in Namakkal, a sitting DMK MP from Ooty was speaking the same language, same tone and tenor. It is not unusual for our Tamil Makkal to see a TV debate and the spokesperson of DMK using the same language there also. And again, it is not unusual to see their alliance partners speaking in the same language. They can give a number of explanations, but the wording is very clear. And the Tamil Nadu government books sedition cases against a number of people who don't toe the government line, who are critical of the state government in their actions, who bring out the corrupt activities of the state government, but they don't book this kind of sedition cases against people who do seditious activity. I also like to bring an attention, it is not new. There was a pastor, I think by name Jagat Casper somebody, who made a mention a few months back, the minorities of this state should demand a separate state of their own. And here the top DMK politicians hobnob with the same said pastor. Nothing new. There is nothing new. They have gone on record stating the minorities of the state should demand a separate state. They should go as far as southern India to build a federation. The same statement. Not even a single FIR filed. Now the alliance, one of the leader talks on the stage, separate Tamil Nadu. Now they can talk about separate Tamil Nadu for us means unique Tamil Nadu. But you talked about separation. Not only you, we are talking of the whole context, the whole environment. If somebody alone is speaking, nobody else is speaking, you can say maybe a slip of tongue. When a sitting DMK MP uses the same tone and tenor. When a leading ideologue who gives a lot of moral support to the DMK uses the same language. When an alliance party uses the same language, then probably it is time for Election Commission, time for Supreme Court, time for other governmental agencies to really understand is the political parties in Tamil Nadu running their parties in consonance with the law of the land, in consonance with the Constitution of India. That is a very important and pertinent question to ask right now.
Tracking that story closely also on Republic from Chennai, the DMK is yet to respond to it. Taking a break on the biggest story tonight, coming back with the face-off in Delhi between the Lieutenant Governor and the Aam Aadmi Party government. There's another face-off. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor has questioned a 5-year delay in the audit of universities and court meetings that were to be held. And in Chitradurga, the rape accused seer is getting political visitors. A BJP MLA has visited him. He hasn't been arrested yet. Is there a go-slow? And new levels of drama in the Vadra Congress. Rahul Gandhi forced to be the president. Tharoor is also challenging the Vadra Gandhis. He's contacting state leaders. All hell breaking loose in the Vadra Congress. Getting you the details.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring 2 of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term as the Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि एलजी साहब भी विधानसभा में क्या कार्यवाही हो रही है उसे जरूर फॉलो करते होंगे। मैं मानती हूं कि जिस प्रकार से मीडिया में ये पूरी बातचीत चल रही है तो एलजी साहब ने भी जरूर देखी होगी। लेकिन मुझे दुख है इस बात का कि इतने गंभीर आरोप होने के बावजूद और इतने गंभीर तथ्य विधानसभा के पटल पर रखे जाने के बावजूद एलजी साहब ऐसे चुप्पी साध के बैठ गए हैं कि ऐसा लगता है दाल में कुछ काला है।
के पास से तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को। किसको? तो हेमंत के साथ। सुधीर कितने में लिया था? 6-7 हज़ार में लिया है। एग्जैक्ट डेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको.
This man, who's been caught on camera, has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
In Assam, 2 more persons identified as Akbar Ali and Abdul Ghulam Azad linked to the global terror outfit of the Al-Qaeda were arrested from Barpeta district. A total of 6 people so far have been arrested in connection with the crackdown in the state. Telangana's Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao tore into the NDA government at the centre, saying people should take a pledge to make a BJP Mukta Bharat in 2024, and further said that a government of farmers will be coming at the national level in the future soon. After the tragic demise of 19-year-old Ankita, who was set on fire on the 23rd of August in Jharkhand's Dumka, the ADG ML Meena visited the deceased family. He inspected the place.
Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia reached a Punjab National Bank branch in Ghaziabad for the Central Bureau of Investigation search of his locker in connection with its investigation into the alleged irregularities in the now withdrawn excise policy. After CBI searched the bank lockers of the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in connection with its investigation, Sisodia himself said that nothing was found. He gave himself a clean sheet, stating that the CBI has nothing in the case. On the face of the Delhi liquor scam exploded as social activist Hazare and mentor of Anna-Kejriwal hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party chief and his former protege Kejriwal. In a letter addressed to Kejriwal, he reminded the Delhi Chief Minister of his stance pertaining to liquor shops during his India Against Corruption days. While Anna Hazare spoke about the U-turn taken by Kejriwal now that he is a Chief Minister and a politician, the Aam Aadmi Party founder alleged that Anna Hazare has said that Kejriwal had fallen for power of intoxication, and Arvind Kejriwal responded to that after the letter was made public. He said BJP was shooting off Anna Hazare.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
In Assam, 2 more persons identified as Akbar Ali and Abdul Ghulam Azad linked to the global terror outfit of the Al-Qaeda were arrested from Barpeta district. A total of 6 people so far have been arrested in connection with the crackdown in the state. Telangana's Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao tore into the NDA government at the centre, saying people should take a pledge to make a BJP Mukta Bharat in 2024, and further said that a government of farmers will be coming at the national level in the future soon. After the tragic demise of 19-year-old Ankita, who was set on fire on the 23rd of August in Jharkhand's Dumka, the ADG ML Meena visited the deceased family. He inspected the place of occurrence of the crime and said that safety and security for the family has been ensured. 2 accused have been arrested so far in the case.
और ये इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है, ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है.
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds.
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The APA MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near the sculptures of legendary freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev inside the Delhi Assembly grounds. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring two of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Some of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The face-off over the Delhi liquor scam exploded as social activist Anna Hazare hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party chief and his former protege Arvind Kejriwal. In a letter addressed to Kejriwal, he reminded him of his stance pertaining to liquor shops during his India Against Corruption days. He also alleged that Kejriwal was drunk on power.
अभी मैं खत लिखता नहीं, आज तक कभी लिखा नहीं, लेकिन ये सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण एक शराब की रणनीति पॉलिसी गलत बनाई.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal responded and said that CBI had declared that there is no scam. He himself said that CBI has declared that there is no scam and further added that Anna Hazare was being treated as a puppet by the BJP.
पंजाब के चुनाव के पहले इन्होंने कहा केजरीवाल आतंकवादी है, तो जनता हंसने लगी इनकी बातों पे. तो फिर इन्होंने कुमार विश्वास को आगे किया, बोले कुमार विश्वास से कहलवाया. अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया. अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ. जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही. अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं. तो ये तो ऐसे करते ही रहते हैं, राजनीति है.
BJP held a protest against Delhi government's liquor policy demanding the resignation of Sisodia. The BJP's Delhi unit president said that Kejriwal must seek the resignation of both Sisodia and Health Minister Satyendra Jain on moral grounds. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia reached Punjab National Bank in Ghaziabad for the CBI search of his locker in connection with the investigation into the alleged irregularities in the now withdrawn excise policy. Sisodia was accompanied by his wife. After the CBI searched Sisodia's bank lockers, Sisodia himself said that he's got a clean chit. He said nothing was found. He said the CBI had declared that there was no proof against Sisodia.
मंत्री जी ने मेरे घर की पूरी छानबीन करा के तलाशी करा दी, वहां से भी कुछ नहीं निकला. आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सीबीआई भेज के मेरे लॉकर की जांच भी करा ली, उसमें से भी कुछ नहीं निकला. यही इस बात का सबूत है कि आज प्रधानमंत्री जी की सारी जांच में मैं और मेरा परिवार पाक साफ निकले हैं.
BJP MP Manoj Tiwari cited the incident in which a government school student in outer Delhi's Nangloi was injured after a ceiling fan in a classroom fell on her head. The BJP alleged that semi-permanent structures were used in many government schools.
कि ये पंखा गिर क्यों जाता है, ये गिरने का सिलसिला ऐसा क्यों चल रहा है दिल्ली में. अरविंद केजरीवाल गैंग का चरित्र तो गिर ही रहा है, बच्चों के ऊपर पंखे गिर रहे हैं. अभी तो किसी दिन ये भी समाचार आ सकता है कि स्कूल का आधा हिस्सा ही गिर गया.
In a renewed attack on the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government, the BJP said that liquor and education scams have become twin towers of corruption in the Delhi government.
नोएडा में 2 ट्विन टावर ध्वस्त किए गए, पर दिल्ली की जनता पूछ रही है कि दिल्ली का जो ट्विन टावर ऑफ करप्शन है, एक टावर है शिक्षा घोटाले का और दूसरा टावर है शराब घोटाले का. और इस दोनों टावर का जो बिल्डर है मनीष सिसोदिया. देखिए कितनी विडंबना की बात है कि दुनिया में एक लौता ऐसा केस होगा जहां पर शिक्षा मंत्रालय और शराब मंत्रालय दोनों एक ही बिल्डर, एक ही व्यक्ति के हाथ में.
Even as Aam Aadmi Party claims to have brought about a revolution in education in Delhi, Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena gave a reality check about government colleges. The Delhi LG red flag delay in universities audit, questioned the 5-year delay in the CAG audit of the Delhi government. Even as leaders continue to desert the Congress party, peeved at the leadership of the Vadra Gandhi, sources revealed that Rahul Gandhi was one of the names initially thought of by the party. Some saying that it won't be him, it will be his aides, his close camp. And as per sources, the leaders close to the MP of Wayanad are aggressively lobbying for his candidature, though he is reportedly unwilling to contest this election. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor said that an election will be good for the party, while refusing to comment on whether he will run for the post of the Congress president after his recent article in a daily that triggered speculation that he could be a contestant in the race.
I have no comment to make. I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Prime Minister Modi will visit Karnataka and Kerala on the 1st of September, and that's the 1st and 2nd, to commission the first indigenous aircraft carrier IAC Vikrant at the Kochi shipyard, and will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of projects worth over 3,800 crores in Mangaluru as well. So he's going to both Kerala and Karnataka. After 30 years of the Babri Masjid demolition, the Supreme Court closed all proceedings that rose out of the demolition of the Babri Mosque in 1992. Supreme Court has ordered status quo on both sides regarding Ganesh Chaturthi Puja at the Idgah Maidan. The Supreme Court said that the ground will not be used for any other festival. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has said that his government has submitted a confidential report on the investigation into the case of alleged murder of BJP leader Sonali Phogat to the Haryana Chief Minister and DGP. Meanwhile, Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij said that Sonali Phogat's family had given a letter to the Chief Minister demanding a CBI inquiry into the matter.
सोनाली फोगाट का परिवार आके मुख्यमंत्री से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की है कि इसमें कुछ बड़े चेहरे भी शामिल हो सकते हैं इस हत्याकांड के पीछे, इसलिए इसकी सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए। तो उसके पत्र के आधार पर हमने गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री को, गोवा सरकार को हमने लिख दिया है कि इसकी हम सीबीआई जांच की स्ट्रॉन्गली रिकमेंड करते हैं कि इसकी सीबीआई जांच करवाई जाए। नहीं, अब उनका पत्र है, उसी आधार पर हमने गोवा की सरकार को लिखा है।
The Goa police has completely sealed Curly's Beach Shack in Goa, which was the nightclub in Anjuna where Sonali Phogat was last seen partying and allegedly force-fed drugs. In a video that was tweeted by the BJP in Tamil Nadu, DMK ally VCK was seen demanding Tamil Nadu break away from India. BJP shared the video of VCK Deputy General Secretary Vanni Arasu making the demand at a public gathering. Speaking to Republic TV, the VCK claimed that Vanni Arasu's remarks were misinterpreted. According to the VCK, the leader was highlighting the success achieved by Tamil Nadu in comparison to the rest of the country. Amid the political turmoil in Jharkhand, Chief Minister Hemant Soren hit out at the BJP by accusing them of political horse trading. UPA MLAs along with Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren have reached Raipur. Earlier, Soren was seen spending time with his MLAs at the Latratu Dam in the Khundi district of the state.
ये कोई आश्चर्यचकित और नया परिपाटी नहीं है और ना ही कुछ कानूनी होने जा रहा है। हर परिस्थिति का सामना करने के लिए सत्ता पक्ष तैयार है।
The operation cell of the Delhi's North District has busted an interstate gambling racket involving 4 history cheaters and 15 listed criminals. A total of 48 accused were arrested from the Sabzi Mandi on the 28th of August. In a message to China, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar said the state of the borders will determine the state of the India-China relationship.
Of the future of Asia depends on how relations between India and China develop in the foreseeable future. For ties to return to a positive trajectory and remain sustainable, they must be based on the three mutuals.
Kerala BJP Vice President K.S. Radhakrishnan took a dig at the CPM politicians saying that Marxists were looting funds of temples. Total of 13 persons have been detained in connection with a clash that erupted during a Ganesh Puja procession in the Panigate area of Gujarat's Vadodara. Seers of the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga, Karnataka came together in support of the accused seer Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, called the allegations conspiracy to tarnish the seer's image.
She was a fighter, but anyway we have lost her. So the guilty have to be punished, and we endorse that the Jharkhand government can take a call as to how they.
That was a correction there. That was a Trinamool Congress bite. Unrelated, we'll just correct that. Protests broke out against the Muruga Mutt Chief Pontiff Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru earlier today. He continues to claim that the case is a part of a long-drawn conspiracy against him and vowed to come out clean. Amid a raging demand to nab the Karnataka seer, Chitradurga MLA of the BJP met the Muruga Mutt seer and said that a fair investigation will be conducted.
It's the second time I'm meeting him because from childhood I'm coming to this man and some allegations are there. And I have also met Swamiji, Chief Minister Basuraj Bommaiji, already assured the people of Karnataka through your media, nobody will interfere in this matter. Even government will not interfere in this matter. Fair enquiry will be conducted.
The hearing in the anticipatory bail petition of the Chief Pontiff of the Muruga Mutt Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru was adjourned to the 1st of September by the District Sessions Court. As for the police, the seer can't leave Chitradurga until the investigation is on. Meanwhile, police have completed a spot inspection at the Muruga Mutt and have taken the victims also to the CWC office. In an incident that has come to light in Bihar's Gopalganj, a 13-year-old girl was allegedly gang-raped. Police informed that on the 24th of August, a minor was gang-raped under a police area. The FIR has been lodged and 164 statement of the girl was recorded. So far, 2 accused have been arrested.
8/22 को भोरे थाना अंतर्गत एक बालिका के साथ सामूहिक दुष्कर्म की घटना हुई थी। इस घटना में प्राथमिकी दर्ज किया गया है और पीड़िता का बयान 164 में कराया जा रहा है तथा इसमें संदिग्ध एक अभियुक्त को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। शेष के लिए छापामारी जारी है।
An Indigo Airbus A320 was flying over the Guwahati to Mumbai route at roughly 36,000 feet when the captain noticed an engine stall warning signal that quickly vanished. According to sources, the wake turbulence arose due to the large jet aircraft crossing in the opposite direction of the Indigo aircraft. A man from Haryana's Gurugram was caught on camera as he allegedly thrashed a security guard who rescued him after he was trapped in an elevator of a residential building. Due to heavy rains, Badrinath National Highway in Chamoli district was blocked, disrupting traffic. SDRF was on the spot rescuing the passengers and the local residents. After 19-year-old Ankita was murdered, she was set ablaze on the 23rd of August in Jharkhand's Dumka. The ADG visited Ankita's family, inspected the place where she was attacked and said that safety and security of the family was ensured.
घटनास्थल है जो उनके परिवार के सदस्यों ने मृतक के पिता ने जो बताया है कि कैसे कहां से पेट्रोल डाला, किस खिड़की से, उसको घर के अंदर से और बाहर से दोनों तरफ से देखा है। अभी हम लोग इसको देखने में और उसको उनसे बात करने की प्रक्रिया में ही हैं, इसलिए अंतिम रूप से कुछ अभी कहने की स्थिति में नहीं है।
A special investigation team has been formed by the Jharkhand police to oversee the case in which a teenage schoolgirl succumbed to injuries after she was set ablaze in Jharkhand's Dumka. 6 people died after they drowned while one was rescued in the Ramdaha waterfall in Chhattisgarh's Korea district. In Assam, 2 more persons identified as Akbar Ali and Abdul Ghulam Azad linked with the global terror outfits were arrested from Barpeta district. So far, a total of 6 arrests have been made in connection with the crackdown. Israeli Defense Minister and his Japanese counterpart signed an agreement to step up their defense cooperation. The memorandum covers areas which include arms equipment, technology and development as they shared concerns about growing global tension from Asia to the Middle East.
We elevate 70 years of excellent ties between our countries to the strategic level. We open the doors to technological cooperation, information sharing, military-to-military activities, and industrial ventures. These activities will strengthen the defense capability of each country, as well as our joint contributions to peace and stability.
European Union foreign ministers gathered in Prague for an informal meeting to discuss Russia and Ukraine war and its impact on the security of European Union member states. Supporters of a prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead, deepening the political chaos gripping the Middle East. Some other stories from across the world now, and supporters of a prominent Iraqi cleric fired weapons towards Iraq's green zone, deepening the political chaos gripping the Middle East. Over 20 people have been killed in the firing so far. Iran has closed its land borders to Iraq, and flights to the country have also been halted amid violence that broke out in Baghdad. Mississippi governor has said that he's declaring a state of emergency after excessive rainfall increased problems in one of the state capital's water treatment plants and caused low water pressure through much of the capital city.
Is a very different situation from a boil water notice, which is also a serious situation which residents of Jackson have become tragically numb to. Until it is fixed, it means we do not have reliable running water.
Guatemala's foreign minister met with Taiwan's president in Taipei and expressed his support for Taiwan's sovereignty during the meet. Bukaro's visit comes amid heightened tensions between Taiwan and China. New high-resolution satellite imagery collected by MAXA showed the damage at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Enohodar, Ukraine. The images showed destruction to the roof of a building adjacent to several of the nuclear reactors at Zaporizhia. The Biden administration has urged Russia to allow safe, unfettered access of IAEA inspectors to the Russian-occupied Zaporizhia atomic power plant as the UN nuclear watchdog team set off on its urgent mission to safeguard the plant. Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, was hit with cluster munition as a result of building and the headquarters of the regional administration in the city center were damaged. No casualties were immediately reported. Pounding sounds of explosions were heard in Sloviansk, where several buildings were hit by Russian shells throughout the day. Authorities have urged residents to leave the region, but indomitable civilians say fleeing is not an option for them. Nearly 500,000 people crowded into camps after losing their homes in widespread flooding. Pakistan's climate minister warned that the country is on the front line of the world's unprecedented climate crisis after monsoon rains wreaked havoc across the country since mid-June, killing more than 1,100 people. The annual Notting Hill Carnival has returned to the streets of West London for the first time since 2019, with scores of people taking part in the music spectacular parades, dancing and food offerings at Europe's largest street party. The carnival, which celebrates Caribbean culture, had to take place online for 2 years due to the pandemic.
Runs in my blood, like I have to be involved in some way or what, however it comes about, and I prefer to play mass, and yeah, I've been doing it for years and I will never stop until my body says stop, so that's what I do.
ये सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण एक शराब की रणनीति पॉलिसी गलत बनाई, इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा.
Did Kejriwal change his line on liquor? Did Sisodia influence Kejriwal to become pro-liquor? On of debates at 9 p.m.
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The AAP MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near the sculptures of legendary freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev inside the Delhi Assembly grounds. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring two of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees during his term as the Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman in 2016.
हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि एलजी साहब भी विधानसभा में क्या कार्यवाही हो रही है उसे जरूर फॉलो करते होंगे। मैं मानती हूं कि जिस प्रकार से मीडिया में ये पूरी बातचीत चल रही है तो एलजी साहब ने भी जरूर देखी होगी, लेकिन मुझे दुख है इस बात का कि इतने गंभीर आरोप होने के बावजूद और इतने गंभीर तथ्य विधानसभा के पटल पर रखे जाने के बावजूद एलजी साहब ऐसे चुप्पी साध के बैठ गए हैं कि ऐसा लगता है दाल में कुछ काला है।
के पास से है उसने दिया है उन दोनों को। किसको? तो हेमंत के साथ
कितने में लिया था?
कम 6-7 में लिया होगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man who's been caught on camera has made the startling revelation that it is Dr. Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
In a sharp attack on the Congress party, BJP National President JP Nadu claimed that the grand old party is losing ground because it's failed to reconcile local and national objectives. He's also said that the main reason is that people who have been members of the Congress party for more than 40 years are now leaving the party. Incessant rainfall is leading to major disruption across the country. Visuals coming to us from Badrinath highway seem to suggest that the highway was blocked, disrupting traffic. The STRF is in the spot rescuing passengers and local people.
Welcome back. After CBI searched Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's bank lockers, Sisodia gave himself a clean chit, stating that nothing was found in the investigation. Here's how the stories unfolded since this morning.
After the Central Bureau of Investigation searched the bank locker of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in connection with its investigation into alleged irregularities in Delhi's excise policy, Sisodia gave himself a clean chit, stating that nothing was found in the CBI probe.
बीवी के छोटे से गहने, मतलब अभी मजाक कर रहे थे बाहर निकल के लोग, आज अभी मैं लॉकर से आ रहा हूं। इनको लग रहा था बहुत लॉकर में पता नहीं क्या क्या सामान होगा, क्या क्या सामान होगा। कुल मिला के 70-80 हजार रुपए का, उसमें गोल्ड के भी छोटा मोटा है, उसमें चेन भी है, उसमें बच्चा पैदा हुआ था मेरा 15 साल पहले, उसका झुंझुना भी है। वो सारा मिला के 70-80 हजार रुपए आज की वैल्यू का सामान नहीं निकला।
Adding further, Anna-Kejriwal-led Aam Aadmi Party leader claimed that there is not a single rupee under question.
क्लीन चिट मिली है मुझको। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सीबीआई मेरे घर पे भेज दी, वहां कुछ नहीं मिला। प्रधानमंत्री जी की सीबीआई को मेरे बैंक लॉकर में तलाश लिया, वहां भी कुछ नहीं मिला कि मुझे कह सकें ये भ्रष्टाचार कर रखा है, देखो ये पैसा कहां से आया, देखो ये सोना कहां से आया, देखो ये प्रॉपर्टी कहां से आई। क्लीन चिट है मेरे लिए सीबीआई की, प्रधानमंत्री जी की क्लीन चिट है। सीबीआई वाले भी मान रहे कि संतुष्ट ने बोले कुछ नहीं मिल रहा जी।
The Aam Aadmi Party leader, who is under the attack of Bharatiya Janata Party over the alleged liquor scam and education scam in Delhi, claimed that there is pressure on the CBI officials to arrest him. Notably, a 4-member team of the CBI conducted a search at a Punjab National Bank in Vasundhara, Ghaziabad for nearly 2 hours. Sisodia and his wife were present at the time. Manish Sisodia has also claimed that the CBI FIR against him was completely fake and alleged that the BJP-ruled centre is acting like a serial killer to eliminate state governments. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
के पास तलाश है, उसने दिया है उन दोनों को।
किसको?
तो हेमंत के साथ
सुधीर कितने में लिया था?
कम से कम 6-7 में लिया होगा। एग्जैक्ट रेट तो नहीं मालूम, वो तो नहीं बताएगा हमको।
This man, who's been caught on camera, has made the startling revelation that it is Datta Prasad and Rama who both have confirmed to him when he was in the police custody. Drug was procured from another mafia operating in Goa.
In a sharp attack on the Congress party, BJP National President JP Nadu claimed that the Grand Old Party is losing ground because it's failed to reconcile local and national objectives. He's also said that the main reason is that people who have been members of the Congress party for more than 40 years are now leaving the party. Incessant rainfall is leading to major disruption across the country. Visuals coming to us from Badrinath highway seem to suggest that the highway was blocked, disrupting traffic. The STRF is in the spot rescuing passengers and local people. A woman named Veena Devi from Surat has filed a complaint stating that his son died by suicide, and she discovered a note which said that his partner and her brother forced him to consume beef, due to which he committed suicide. A case has been registered and a probe is now underway. In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hisar today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and certain suspicions that have been raised by Phogat's family. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has said that Sonali Phogat's family has given a letter to the Chief Minister demanding a CBI inquiry into the matter, in which the family has levelled serious allegations that big faces can be involved in this particular murder.
सोनाली फोगाट का परिवार आके मुख्यमंत्री से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की है कि इसमें कुछ बड़े चेहरे भी शामिल हो सकते हैं इस हत्याकांड के पीछे, इसलिए इसकी सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए। तो उसके पत्र के आधार पर हमने गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री को, गोवा सरकार को हमने लिख दिया है कि इसकी हम सीबीआई जांच की स्ट्रॉन्गली रिकमेंड करते हैं कि इसकी सीबीआई जांच करवाई जाए। नहीं, अब उनका पत्र है, उसी आधार पर हमने गोवा की सरकार को लिखा है।
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are...
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
Burning Question, powered by Century Ply and Amrita Hospital, Faridabad.
Anna Hazare, in a stinging letter to Arvind Kejriwal, questions him on the liquor policy, says Kejriwal intoxicated with power. While he gave himself a clean chit, Delhi Chief Minister Manish Sisodia maintained silence over Anna's liquor gate stinger. Instead of responding directly to Anna Hazare's scathing remarks on his liquor policy, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal gives it a political colour. The three-judge bench of a Supreme Court on Tuesday asked to maintain status quo in the Ganesh Chaturthi celebration matter at Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru. BJP MLA meets the accused Siam. No action yet. Questions raised over go-slow investigation in the case. face-off over the Delhi liquor scam exploded today. Not between the usual players BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, but this time it was social activist Anna Hazare hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo and his former protege Arvind Kejriwal. Now, in a letter that has been addressed to Kejriwal, he reminded the Delhi Chief Minister of his stance pertaining to the liquor shops during his India Against Corruption days. The social activist lamented the U-turn that has been taken by the Aam Aadmi Party founder, even saying that Kejriwal was intoxicated on power. And while Kejriwal blamed it on politics, the burning question is, will he reply directly to Anna's remarks? What has essentially happened over the last few weeks is that several allegations have been leveled against the Aam Aadmi Party. Be it the two key issues that they have been touting as the Delhi's model, be it on education or for that matter, even the health model, both of them are now being questioned by the Bharatiya Janata Party, obviously through the Lieutenant Governor, saying that it's the Lieutenant Governor who is basically carrying out BJP's agenda. But many tonight are still asking, why is it that there isn't a clear rebuttal really coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes to these issues? And today, what has really happened is that Anna Hazare, with whom Arvind Kejriwal essentially started his career, the fact that the same very person has now raised questions about Arvind Kejriwal and his stand on liquor.
They were a team against corruption.
हमने 15 मंत्रियों के ऊपर आरोप लगाए हैं और रोज हम 3 या 4 मंत्रियों के आरोपों का जिक्र किया करेंगे.
Arvind Kejriwal, an obedient, dedicated student to Anna Hazare. But 10 years down the line, the Guru is questioning his students' changed ideology, saying that he is intoxicated with power.
लेकिन ये सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण एक शराब की रणनीति पॉलिसी गलत बनाई जिसमें महिलाओं को तकलीफ होगा समाज में प्रदूषण बढ़ेगा.
What changed in this 10 years? Arvind Kejriwal's foray into active politics, his position strengthening with each election, took him away from his mentor. The scathing remarks by Anna Hazare over Liquorgate proves the same. And though Kejriwal dismisses it as yet another political conspiracy,
पंजाब के चुनाव के पहले इन्होंने कहा केजरीवाल आतंकवादी है, तो जनता हंसने लगी इनकी बातों पे. तो फिर इन्होंने कुमार विश्वास को आगे किया, बोले कुमार विश्वास से कहलवाया. अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया. अब CBI ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ. जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही. अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं. तो ये तो ऐसे करते ही रहते हैं, राजनीति है.
The BJP is calling out Kejriwal's duplicity.
1 पे 1 फ्री से 5 का 33 ये मॉडल है. और मॉडल क्या है? भ्रष्टाचार के ठेकेदार कहे भ्रष्टाचार मेरा शिष्टाचार. कोई इंक्वायरी हो जाए, कोई जांच हो जाए तो चिल्लाए ये अत्याचार, और फिर असेंबली में बैठकर करे ड्रामा और दुराचार.
But while political slugfest over Liquorgate and Educationgate continues, the latest salvo by his mentor has put Arvind Kejriwal in a precarious situation. Will he reply to Anna's question or pass it as another political gimmick? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, joining us on this broadcast is Shazia Ilmi of the BJP, Binay Singh, political analyst, Karan Verma, political analyst, Akil Khan joining us from the studio, Sumansi Raban, Professor D.K. Giri, Manasvi Ithapur. Opening up the burning question is Dr. Sumansi Raban and Shazia Ilmi. In fact, let me take this question first to Akil Khan. I'm told that Sumansi Raban will try and connect with him in a short while from now. But Akil Khan, if I can come to you and Shazia Ilmi. Akil Khan, everyone essentially knew about the relationship or the bond that Anna Hazare and Arvind Kejriwal had. In fact, if one has to credit Arvind Kejriwal's career, it has largely been because of Anna Hazare. Today, he makes a comment about liquor and more importantly, the usage of liquor in the national capital and talks about the double standards. And you've already heard what Arvind Kejriwal had to say in a response, saying that it is because of the BJP. Now, technically, if you really look at it, Akhil Khan, this is nothing less than just simply insulting Anna Hazare by saying that this was done by the BJP.
I would like to say, first of all, I would like to ask Anna ji, when did you come from the moon, Anna ji, and you have taken again a BJP injection? I don't understand what happened to you for so many years. Jan Lokpal bill is still pending. Government of India has not implemented in right spirit, and they have just beating about the bush. Now, Anna Hazare has not
fulfilled all the promises.
1 minute, let me complete.
No,
Anna Hazare is not the mentor of Arvind Kejriwal. I have been associated with Arvind ji for so many years, 2010 onwards. And I tell you, Anna Hazare ji was brought to the Jantar Mantar agitation in 2011. Only after APJ Abdul Khan refused, and then Sri Ravi Shankar ji refused, and one more thing, our जो है स्वामी जी जो हरिद्वार में है उन्होंने refuse किया. उसके बाद then Anna Hazare ji was approached, and then he was sitting there and he agreed to come. So Arvind Kejriwal has brought Anna ji, not Anna ji brought Arvind Kejriwal. So you cannot say mentor. Anna Hazare cannot be mentor. And then what happened to Jan Lokpal bill? He is keeping silence for so many years, and Modi ji has not implemented, has not allowed the implementation of Lokpal bill in Delhi. Also, it is still pending with the LG.
But Akhil Khan, now it's fantastic now that now that you have tasted power. You can actually make this kind of a comment that it is not Anna Hazare who was brought into the India Against Corruption campaign.
Yeah.
It was Arvind Kejriwal who should have been largely credited for everything. And forgetting about the fact that there are several others.
Arvind Kejriwal is the architect of all those agitation.
Why don't you?
Anna Hazare gone.
It's akin to when when Arvind Kejriwal says that today Manish Sisodia should be awarded Bharat Ratna. It's pretty much similar. If you can make those kind of sweeping comments, I think so it's not going to be very surprising if you say that, okay, we really don't care now that we don't need Anna Hazare, we can make whatever comments we want. I don't remember you making those comments in the past, but Shazia Ilmi, I want you to come in also right now. The allegation against you and your party essentially being that you are the one who's provoking Anna Hazare. Is that true?
So first of all, I would like to speak not as somebody who is in the BJP, because I joined BJP much later, 1 year after I left Aam Aadmi Party when they were in the peak. And I saw the entire, and I joined the Anna Hazare movement when it was a very small movement, when it had not become and had reached a massive stature. So I think I know a little something about it. And I don't know the wild stuff that I just heard. So whatever Arvind Kejriwal and his lackeys are saying right now, they must know the fact that they owe everything that they have, the ill-begotten wealth notwithstanding, the political clout that they have today, the CM-ship and all their spokespersons, that they owe everything to this man called Anna Hazare, that octogenarian who nearly died. And they were nobodies. Nobody had heard of them. The very fact that they have become who they are, and now that they backstab Anna Hazare, I think it's a matter of great shame, because nobody knew a thing about them. It was Anna and only Anna Hazare, because of whom these people are there. They are activists and activists. People have written this act and that act and asked for this bill and the other. But it was Anna Hazare and his fasting which went not just all over, became big news in the country, but all over the world, which brought the parliament to its knees. So let us not forget, I was there every minute of it. So I think all the wild stuff which some people just utter because they just hate Modi and BJP, and they have a limited spectrum. because they are so intellectually bankrupt and challenged, poor things, that they can't see beyond Modi hatred. But if they were to be honest, they would know that Arvind was just a pygmy intellectually and otherwise, popularity wise, and he had no credibility. Nobody knew who on earth he was. Right. And all of them owe everything to Anna Hazare. That is nothing but the truth.
Akil Khan,
and everybody would know
I'll give you a chance.
And knows that also. So I want to please
Anna Hazare is
I don't want people like Akil.
I don't know who they are.
Can you really deny that?
Associated with us
but Akil Khan, can you really deny the fact that there was a large contribution that was made by Anna Hazare?
People like him have just a negative agenda.
The fact of the matter was, it was Anna Hazare's face.
No,
not large. That's the only contribution.
I have been the part of Jantar Mantar agitation for 5 days, and after that I was also associated.
Years later, today you want to just drop Anna Hazare like a hot potato. The moment he starts asking you an uncomfortable question.
Why, sir? Why? Because
can you deny?
Anna Hazare has been silent. Has been silent for so many years. He didn't come out with anything about Jan Lokpal bill. He was there for Jan Lokpal bill. Then why he left? He should have continued with his own agitation. If anybody is not connecting, not supporting him, so why Anna Hazare kept silent?
Okay, I want Manasvi to come in.
This is the right time, then we can ask
Manasvi and Binod
Jan Lokpal bill. And Modi ji has not done anything to implement Jan Lokpal bill.
We are talking about one second. We are talking about Akil Khan, don't hijack it. No, one second. Shazia, hold on. Shazia, let me just bring back the focus.
I mean, what rubbish? No, exactly. I mean,
let me bring back the focus right now. One second, Akil Khan. You know, Shazia, you're just Shazia. One second, Shazia and Akil Khan. We are not talking about the Jan Lokpal bill.
Tell me where.
One second, Akil Khan. The debate is not about the debate. Shazia, let's not derail the debate. Shazia, it's a request right now. Shazia, 1 minute. The debate is not about Jan Lokpal bill. The debate is not about Jan Lokpal bill.
But Anna Hazare is very
1 second, Akil Khan. No, you don't want to answer my specific questions. I want to once again bring back the focus of this debate. Let's have a focused debate right now. Manasvi Thapar.
That's your contribution to this debate.
Sazia,
okay, can I correct it? 1 second. Let's keep this. 1 second. Akil Khan, Shazia, 1 minute. Let's not derail this entire focus of the debate. Let's have focused debate right now. Shazia, you'll get enough chance. Let's not do this. No one is going to understand what we are talking about. I want to bring back our focus on certain issues. We spoke about Anna Hazare. We'll come back to that. But there are a few other issues. Manasvi Thapar, be a little honest about, you're a political analyst. Tell me something. Are you really convinced that in the last few weeks, starting from the excise policy to the school gate, questions that have been raised about the school, the education model in itself, and today on the CAG audit itself, even if you want to represent the side of the Aam Aadmi Party,
it's not about
on these three issues, do you have a clear answer from the Aam Aadmi Party as to why they feel that they should give themselves that certificate that Manish Sisodia gave earlier in the day, saying that everything is squeaky clean? You're fine to, you can give yourself that certificate, but give only when you can produce some facts. I still can't fathom where exactly is the response. As far as the excise policy is concerned, I still don't get a clear-cut answer from the Aam Aadmi Party today that whether or not did the Aam Aadmi Party waive off 144 crore rupees to a one-time bidder? Did the Aam Aadmi Party waive off 30 crore rupees to a bidder from the airport zone? Do you have an answer to that? Or have I missed out something?
No, you have not missed out something. I'll tell you what is BJP basically worried about. It's not just the last few weeks which you just mentioned, it's last few months. since the time Aam Aadmi Party came out victorious from Punjab and their inroads in Gujarat, they are not scared about, they are not concerned about the excise policy. They are basically concerned about the upcoming Gujarat elections, and the kind of support Aam Aadmi Party is getting in Gujarat is scary for BJP. Nothing else is scary. And now you will see, after Punjab, there is sudden rise of enormous number of cases. There is a witch hunt against Aam Aadmi Party. Please let me make my point. There is a great witch hunt against a political party, which is a newbie. It's not even 10 years old.
No, but Manasvi, I understand. You want to get into the political side of it. No problem. What I'll do is I'll ask Shazia to respond. Is Shazia really scared of the Gujarat elections? Because at the end of the day...
I want to respond. So let me tell another bright spot, Mr. Manasvi, that the ED notice was given on 25th October before Aam Aadmi Party had come to power in Punjab.
If I want a clear-cut answer...
Let me tell Mr. Another...
Okay, no, for a moment, Manasvi, for the sake of argument. For the sake of argument, just for the sake of argument, just for the sake of argument, Manasvi, just for the sake of the argument... No, one second. Aam Aadmi Party is the cleanest, honest party that India has ever seen since independence.
What a brilliant thought you had, Manasvi.
Shazia ji,
Shazia, just a minute.
BJP which is the cleanest.
Just for the sake of argument, Manasvi, let's accept. I'm accepting. If you say, Manasvi, just why don't you hear the question? But rather than you both can't have this dialogue going on. One second, Manasvi, I'm asking you a specific question. Let's not derail this again. Again and again, we're trying to derail this. Answer my question in specific terms. Do you know, is it, by now these questions have been raised, but do you have an answer to just two questions? Was 144 crore rupees waived off? Was 30 crore rupees waived off? Yes or no? Do you know the answer to that? At least Aam Aadmi Party, if they have done nothing, they will say that no, we've not waived off. No, we've not waived off.
Right.
At least two specific answers I would have got.
CBI investigate. Let this ED CBI investigate and come out with the truth. Why just a witch hunt? You investigate. What did you find in the locus of Manish Sisodia? What did you find in the house of Manish Sisodia? Come out in open and tell. ED and CBI are doing their jobs, and it is the duty. What happens, the law, basically the principle of law is innocent until proven guilty. But when it comes to Aam Aadmi Party, it is guilty until proven innocent. Why this complete change of understanding? When corrupt people join BJP, nothing happens with ED and CBI, and there is a political party. Every day there is a witch hunt by the route of LG office, by the route of CBI office, by the route of ED office. The entire country is seeing this.
Why such? If ED is investigating it, CBI is investigating it. No, we have to. No.
Shazia ji,
you know, Manasvi, every time anybody is found guilty of corrupt, आप वही बोले जा रहे हो, सब लोग वही बोले जा रहे हैं. The fact is, besides this, there's nothing else to say. You have Partho Chatterjee's cash. You think that should not be? You should not be found. Same thing. Manasvi, think of a new fact. Manasvi, aren't you bored? I mean, tell me, don't you find yourself very boring and dull and not very intelligent because you have nothing else to say? I'm asking you this question. It's so boring, Manasvi. Seriously, every day I sit here and every day the same stuff. All of you come up with. Arey bhai, chalo bolo. You finish and then I'm talking. I'm done.
You promised, Manasvi. The problem is...
Same thing. Every day you say the same thing.
Akil Khan wants to take the question. Manasvi, because you don't want to answer my question. Akil Khan now wants to jump in. Okay, Akil Khan. Okay, if you have the answer. Manasvi, hold on. Okay, I want Karan Verma and Akil Khan. Karan Verma and Akil Khan to come in. Okay, one second. Both of you. Let's not get it. Akil Khan and Karan Verma can come in. Akil Khan and Karan Verma. Manasvi also didn't want. Manasvi, it's okay. I'll pass on that question because you don't want to answer that. Akil Khan, I asked two specific questions. Karan Verma and Akil Khan. Let's only have both of them now. Let's have only Akil Khan and Karan Verma. Akil Khan, I'm asking this question again, and then I want Karan Verma to come in. Karan Verma. Okay. This is the question that I had asked, if you've heard it or not.
Yes.
I'm once again repeating this question.
Okay.
There is a report that has been prepared by their own government. There is an admission that has been made that yes, Delhi government was suffering losses. At the cost of the public exchequer, 144 crore rupees has been waived off. 30 crore rupees has been waived off. Let's keep politics aside. We're tired of hearing these political answers. All that I'm asking, that if the Aam Aadmi Party believes that they have done nothing wrong, why don't you come out in the open and put out proof saying that, look here, we have done nothing wrong, no such waiver was actually given?
Yes.
It's as simple as it can get.
I will tell you absolutely this is right, that we have not done anything wrong. Manish Sisodia has not done anything wrong.
Have you or have you not? I'm asking once again. I'm asking specific questions.
Just listen.
You don't want to answer
CBI is the most powerful, the most competent authority to investigate this.
Let them come out. But you please tell me, yes or no? Yes or no?
No, this cannot be the answer.
Why cannot be that? No, one second.
I will tell you why.
You can come out and say that nothing was wrong. No, okay. Just imagine this situation.
First of all,
just imagine this situation.
Why you are not allowing me to answer?
Why don't you answer?
You are yourself is questioning, yourself is answering. You are not giving me any time to answer.
I am saying these are specific allegations leveled against.
Give me a minute to answer your question.
Why don't you simply say this?
And all your misinformation. I will tell you. First of all, CBI is the most competent authority to decide, and they have decided only 1 crore. They were knowing everything about 144 crore BJP's claim, and then 30 crores, and then outside 144 crore, whatever it is. CBI has done after their investigation, total investigation.
Okay, Karan, respond.
1 crore was the only amount which was they have come to know that there is
1 crore myth,
and that
if the Delhi government,
this
1 crore myth.
Can
I speak now? 1 crore myth.
Exchange
1 second. 1 crore myth.
Can I speak?
No, 1 second. 1 crore myth. Yes, 1 crore myth that you are talking about. This 1 crore myth. 1 second. 1 crore.
From
144 crore, they say. No, 1 second.
Shravan, I can just prove
Karan Verma.
One fact, and I can just prove the entire lie.
Karan Verma, 1 crore rupees. Am I to remind everyone?
Can I answer?
Akil Khan, am I to remind you? 1 crore rupees that you are talking about in the CBI FIR. No, 1 second. No, you can keep misleading.
Now, will you ask him to keep quiet so that I can answer?
Is LG, and he has
will you ask him to please keep quiet? He's just blabbering without any facts.
And then he has
Let me just speak a few facts here.
Has been started implementing.
Get Karan Verma.
Allow me.
Karan Verma. Do you have an answer?
I have an answer. You have to allow him to keep. You have to tell him to keep quiet so that I can answer.
It was not refunded. Please do not lie.
Delhi government.
LG must face CBI inquiry. He must be.
Will you please keep quiet rather than talking rubbish on a debate?
Answer all this question. Why he has changed 3 times?
Delhi government, Shravan, if they had an answer to this.
And then again, this new LG has come.
He suffers from verbal diarrhea and you are not moderating him.
For all this thing. That's why
you have to moderate him.
3,500 crore was the estimated profit. And two things.
The Delhi government did not file its reply to the CVC.
That's why Manish
the
Sisodia
CVC had asked them.
This new
Karan Verma.
You have to moderate him.
That's why. No, 1 second. Akil Khan, you
have the chance. He will keep on speaking till tomorrow. You have to moderate him.
Karan Verma.
Yeah. Now let me answer. Now let me answer.
Let's have a focus debate here. I asked this specific question.
I want to focus on the issue.
Okay, Karan, let me answer. Let me ask this question. I'm making an intervention right now. Right now. My intervention here being essentially that if I had done nothing wrong, and as Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal all are saying that they're part of this political witch hunt, then if I had nothing to hide, I would have come out and shown the proof that look here, documents.
Allow me an uninterrupted minute. I will expose.
1 second.
I will expose.
Will you or will you not? If I am today accused, if today I am accused of money laundering, today, and I believe that I've done nothing wrong, I'm not, I'm not the director of any dummy company.
I'll
come out and show up the proof.
Let me answer now.
Someone else has done it against me.
Will you ask him to keep quiet so that I can answer now? This is a question to me.
The CBI. Nobody else is now.
The Delhi government,
authorized to do anything.
They were asked a stinging question. They were asked
they were asked a stinging question by the CVC that took cognizance of BJP Delhi head Mr. Vijendra Gupta's plea, and they asked 7 to 8 stinging questions on the Delhi education scam where toilets were counted as classrooms. Now, this is pending with the Delhi government since February 2020. If they had clean answers, they had a great opportunity to answer and nip it in the bud. The facts that Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal are neck deep in corruption, that is why they have not answered for 2+ years. Now the investigation is proceeding. So you have no business shouting vendetta politics. You have no business shouting vendetta politics.
Come on. Okay, one second.
CBI will decide.
Please calm down.
Nobody else will decide. You are just making you and cry unnecessarily. Just to divert attention from Gujarat Post. Just to divert attention from Gujarat Post.
Akil Khan, are you being able to hear? Are you being able to hear what Karan Verma is saying? What are you rebutting? One second, Karan Verma, can you hear? Can any one of you hear each other? One second, you guys are every one of you, gentlemen. You are one second, gentlemen. You are shouting over each other. Please tell me, what sense does it make?
He doesn't have basic sense.
Can you all even understand what arguments you all are making?
I am the one who is supposed to answer.
Karan Verma, 30 seconds. I want you to put this into perspective. Yeah. Karan Verma, 1 minute. I've asked a specific question. Then I want to go across to Sumansi Raman. Sure. I have some more specific questions to ask. I'll ask this to Sumansi Raman and Binay can then respond. Karan Verma, quickly respond to what Akil Khan had to say.
You know, if they were squeaky clean, they would have answered why that letter is pending with the Vigilance Department of the Delhi government and why they've not replied to the CVC for 2+ years. Why have they not come clean and gone against their own excise policy, which had recommended that no manufacturers will enter into the retail segment? They completely subverted their own policy, their own recommendations. So this shows that they are neck deep in corruption, shouting vendetta or shouting the law will take its own course or innocent till proven guilty. They were the same people who used to wave off evidences and say resign on moral grounds. Where is that morality now? The fact is Arvind Kejriwal has come a long way. He did Stanna, he did Kumar Vishwas. He has no morality left.
Okay, now, who is the I'll come to the LG part also. Okay, got your point. Akil Khan, got your point. Okay, Akil Khan, again you're shouting. Akil Khan, Karan Verma, silence now. One second. Akil Khan and Karan Verma, you made your point.
Just beating about those unnecessary argument, which has got no basis, nothing. And I tell you,
your argument is argument. The other one is baseless. No, one second.
Has not objected.
Akil Khan, can you please respect? Akil Khan, please respect the fact. Akil Khan, please respect the fact that there are other panelists also. There are other panelists also. No, 1 second. There are other panelists also. Please respect the fact that there are other members also. Binay Singh and Dr. Sumansi Raman. They can come in right now. Sumansi Raman, I want to get into some more specifics of it. I'm not too sure whether you heard my specific questions that I had asked earlier in the day. We hold you in high regard, Sumansi Raman, and I'm hoping that you will give the specific response. Not from the political side, but just someone who's been following this allegations aside, what BJP has to say, what Aam Aadmi Party has to say, keep that aside. Keep the politics aside for a minute. Just for a minute, we'll come to the politics again. I'm coming back to a specific question with regards to the excise policy. Now, the question is this. When you bring in an excise policy, and in the policy explicitly you make a mention that that your turnover over a period of time should be 150 crore rupees, and there is a ceiling, a capping that is basically done, which would essentially mean that the smaller players are eliminated. In response, what happens is that there are two companies that make windfall profits. Question number one is that, how do you really come to an understanding that 150 crore rupees should be the ceiling, number one? Number two is, again, I'm going back to the same question. If you have not done anything wrong, then please come out and say that we have not given any waivers. The money which should have been forfeited was not waived off. Why don't you simply come and answer this question that no, it's absolutely wrong. No such money was waived off. Here is the proof. Finished.
Okay.
Then you can keep alleging that CBI is a political tool.
Yeah, let me answer each of these questions in turn. And the first question is that everything that you said so far are policy decisions that a government takes. A government makes policy decisions and changes those policy decisions periodically based upon the government's feedback on existing policy decisions. Certain exigencies, for instance, the pandemic would have caused certain decisions to be changed, and a variety of reasons. Now, this does not mean that every change in policy is a scam. By that same token, every time excise is cut by the union government, it is going to benefit some group of industrialists. You don't keep saying every time excise is cut, it's a scam. These are policy decisions. Therefore, there is no question of imputing a scam merely on the basis of policy decisions where the government lost some revenue. Second, very important, this whole argument that the Aam Aadmi Party must somehow establish their innocence is absurd. The centre has all the agencies under its command. It's day in and day out using those agencies on a daily basis. It is for them to establish the guilt of the Delhi government. It is not for the Aam Aadmi Party to prove their innocence. So it is how does one prove that no bribe was taken? It is for the agencies to prove that a bribe was given and taken. So I think this is an absurd argument. First of all, the credibility of Mr. Anna Hazare today is zero. Let's be very clear on it. There is a tremendous amount of anger in this country against this man for the way he deceived the people of India in the run-up to 2014 with the India against corruption movement and all that, and quietly went silent as soon as the election results came in. So I think that his credibility is zilch. And if you ask people to choose between Anna Hazare and Mr. Kejriwal, it's a no contest. People will choose Kejriwal, as the Delhi people have already chosen Mr. Kejriwal repeatedly. So I think that first of all, a scam has to be proven with evidence that money was paid to somebody. Right now, there is no evidence that any of the Aam Aadmi Party ministers received any money. Right? Second, very importantly, policy decisions do not equal a scam. There is a world of difference between a policy decision. Every single policy decision of the government, there will be winners and there will be losers. So there is no question of saying, and very often the government itself chooses to forego revenue for a variety of reasons. So there is no question of saying, because the government gave up 140 crore of revenue, this must be a massive scam. So I think that it's juvenile.
On that, if I can, I'm not cherry picking. Yeah. I'm not cherry picking Sumansi Raman's argument here. I'm not cherry picking what Sumansi Raman's argument here is, but Sumansi Raman is pointing out, Binay Singh, that there are various occasions when a government basically decides that they are willing to forego certain revenue because of certain issue. Now that's an important argument and it has happened. It's happened in the past also. Binay Singh, once again Sumansi Raman is saying that a policy decision is not equivalent to a scam. And if there is enough proof, let the investigation get over. Do you think that the BJP is now jumping the gun? That even before the investigative agency is saying anything, the BJP will do a press conference every evening by saying that, look here, there are 5 things that we have found out and these are the allegations and this is why they are a corrupt party. The CBI has made no such statement till date. CBI has made zero statement. They have only put out an FIR as per their procedure. They have not called anyone. Even Manish Sisodia till date has not been called in for questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. So is the BJP perhaps jumping the gun?
Shravan, I heard Mr. Kejriwal today. He made statements. He said 2 things. One, that CBI has found nothing. They have given a clean sheet. And the second he said about Anna Hazare. So it is not BJP jumping the gun. But have you heard, or the CBI called him and said him that, okay, we have found no evidence against you? From where did Mr. Kejriwal came to know that CBI has found no evidence against him and the case is closed? This is the statement what Kejriwal made today. And the second statement, Shravan, that BJP is trying to use the shoulders of Anna Hazare to fire at Aam Aadmi Party.
One corruption. Very clearly said, Mr. Kejriwal very clearly said that the
One
CBI
corruption is the
inquired
financial
into this
corruption.
matter
The
quite
second
some time
corruption
ago.
is
They saw
Dr.
the
Raman,
file.
Dr. Raman,
What
is
happened after
moral
that.
corruption.
allow Binay to respond.
Baba,
Suman Raman, I gave you enough time. Suman Raman, please respect the fact that he's just joined the debate. He's just joined the debate. Suman Raman, I'll request you. Please, one second. Akil Khan, everyone gets up. No, one second. I gave you all equal amount of time. Akil Khan, please don't do this. Please don't do this. It's my request. Please don't do this. That way we don't come to any conclusion. And this debate becomes completely pointless. I think that there is a problem with the audio and a video line of Binay. I'll ask my producers to just quickly correct that. And meanwhile, Suman Raman's points that were raised. I want Karan Verma. Karan Verma. Okay, let's go back to
Mr. Suman. Mr. Suman just said that these are all policy decisions. I heard him. I want to answer that specifically.
No, once again, Karan Verma, it's a specific. No, Karan, isn't it a slightly dangerous? Isn't it slightly dangerous? Just one second. The CBI is investigating, fair enough. You want the CBI to carry on the investigation. You want Aam Aadmi Party to cooperate with the Central Bureau of Investigation. On the other side also, take a look at this. They are just an accused. Manish Sisodia is still an accused. He's not guilty. How is it possible that every time, every day, the Bharatiya Janata Party has more evidence than the Central Bureau of Investigation has? And they basically make those allegations?
You know, Shravan, a specific thing that Mr. Suman just raised, and I'll also answer what you said, is that these are all policy decisions. Now, where does corruption come from? Every time there is a misuse of a government office to frame a policy that illegally benefits a few, that is the textbook definition of corruption, Mr. Suman. Here the government has clearly, and the papers don't lie, they have clearly violated their own policies. They have given licenses to manufacturers. They have forfeited 30 crores of amount, clear cut. There are no ifs and buts in this. An EMD amount is to be credited in the government's exchequer. How was it forfeited and returned back? This is clear violation, Shravan. How is it that for the sanctioned amount, 500 more crores are spent on classrooms and we end up with 1,500 less classrooms? These are serious questions, Shravan. Even if the investigation is carrying out, at least some crime and data.
As far as the classroom issue is concerned,
I think the gentleman actually understands what a policy
Karan is saying, Karan has highlighted certain data. The data pertaining to the education
almost
policy.
Every single government project in this country is a scam.
No.
You are talking about
you cannot spend 50% more. You cannot spend 50% more estimated cost without any tender.
Or 400 houses
without any tender is the keyword.
Midway, the specifications
without
get changed.
Any tender,
Somebody says,
you cannot
let's increase the area. Let's add stuff. Let me ask you, what about Rafale?
You are not hearing me.
What was the cost of Rafale aircraft?
There
How many aircraft
was no
came?
tender done, sir.
Automatically, are you
there was no tender
done?
To increase this cost, there was no tender done. The 44 crores also was done without the permission of the cabinet.
Where was the tender done for Rafale after the project
was awarded? A proper procedure was followed, which was upheld by the Supreme Court. This was challenged in the Supreme Court. Twice it was upheld by the Supreme Court.
How many aircraft are supposed to have been procured? How many were procured?
Sir, there are different specifications. Absolutely not, because it was upheld by the Supreme Court and you are comparing apples and oranges. Your facts are not clear. Here I am saying for equivalent classrooms. The word is, sir, you are not answering on facts. The word is equivalent classrooms. How can you go for 50% more cost without any tender? That is violation of general finance rules. That is violation of CPWD rules. I am giving you specifics. They violated General Financial Rules 2005. They violated CPWD Works Manual 2013. You are not answering me on facts. You are not answering me on the merits of the case. You are doing whataboutery. You are doing whataboutery. Why have they violated their own excise policy? Why have they violated
Can I also,
Sir, you are not
Binay has come back.
I have to tell you this
here. Constructed means it is a scam.
Okay.
It is because you violated the general finance rules.
Manasvi would like Manasvi.
50% the cost without going into the tender. Please be informed on the project first.
So by the same token, you have to ascribe a scam here also. What logic? It is the same logic.
This is juvenile.
Manasvi. Okay, so if all of this has got to do with politics, if all of this has got to do with politics, if all of this has got to do with politics, then perhaps the optics is not really. No, 1 second. You know what is happening right now, Manasvi, is that I'll come back to also the other issue that has been raised. Now, you've heard when it comes to Anna Hazare, you heard Akhil Khan initially starting off this debate saying that it was not Anna Hazare who brought in Arvind Kejriwal, it was Arvind Kejriwal who brought in Anna Hazare.
Yes.
And then secondly, it turns out that you are indirectly hinting at the fact that today Anna Hazare is working at the behest of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Yes. Yes. I have got so many proofs, sir. I can give you so many proofs.
I just want a quick response from Manasvi and then Akhil Khan can also come in.
You'll have to get up and go.
See, I don't want to get into that. If the same people who from BJP are right now supporting Anna Hazare, these same people were quiet when in 2013 Anna ji questioned the governance model of Gujarat, the governance model of Narendra Modi ji, and he said Ghotala in Gandhi ke state mein. At that time, these same people in 2013-12 were silent when Anna ji was there in Gujarat for his 2 days trip. So suddenly Anna ji became the biggest person for these people to come out on debates and to come out from their from their karyalayas and speak that Anna ji is the greatest guy and we should trust Anna ji, while these people were silent when Anna ji spoke against Narendra Modi ji and the governance model of Gujarat. Now coming to the moot question, right now the investigation is on. Has the ED or CBI given any kind of charge sheet or FIR against Manish Sisodia or anyone from the Aam Aadmi Party? No, it is only the Karyalaya of BJP which is working, which comes on a debate every day, which comes with a press release every day and attacks Aam Aadmi Party for no reasons. It is the LG who's attacking Aam Aadmi Party. It is the BJP spokesperson who's attacking Aam Aadmi Party. They have more factual understanding or evidences more than ED or CBI? The question is with them. Do they have more than ED or CBI? It is yes, investigating, but these people sitting there are the judge, are the jury, are the spokesperson giving wrong information to the public of this country.
No answering on the specific
ED has
questions.
not investigated it completely.
Has no answer.
CBI has not investigated it completely.
No answer.
But you are misinforming the country.
This was taken cognizance by the CBC, just so you know.
Is the investigation
just so you know. Let's talk on facts.
Completed?
Let's
is the investigation completed?
Investigation is underway. Don't cry vendetta. At least don't cry vendetta. At least don't say BJP is doing. It is the secretary which set this in motion. It is the CBC which set it in motion. Let's not say BJP did it. It is the CBC which set it in motion.
My friend, is the investigation completed? Ask a specific question.
It is underway. Don't say which hand.
Is the investigation completed? If the
of course not. Of course not.
Let it be
but don't call it which hand.
Why are you jumping?
Don't call it which hand. Don't call it which hand.
Why are you
Don't
jumping
say it's vendetta.
Why are BJP?
I am not jumping to a conclusion. You are jumping.
Let the
My friend, you are saying this is a which hand.
दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा.
बिल्कुल होगा. बिल्कुल होगा.
Let the
don't call it a which hand.
Completed.
Don't call it a which hand. आप बार-बार इसको vendetta क्यों कहते हो?
Just one quick response to come in. Okay, one quick response to come in from Akhil Khan also. Akhil Khan, I'm running out of time right now. A quick response from you. Karan Verma and Akhil Khan last. Karan, hold on. Akhil wants to take on you. Akhil wants to take on Karan Verma. Go ahead.
Why are you so concerned about ED and
This is their standard answer.
Will you do a better job
than investigation? And then they cry vendetta. When the investigation is happening, they call it witch hunt. And now they are saying let the investigation happening. Of course, we are saying let the investigation happen.
Modi ji wants really Anna Hazare to bring in this context of the present situation. Can I tell you one thing?
Modi ji ko mat lao har cheez mein. हर चीज में मोदी जी
तो सबसे पहले आएंगे बीच में. He is the kingpin of all these things. I tell you one thing, the biggest corrupt party in India has become now Bharatiya Janata Party. Bharatiya Janata Party, biggest corrupt party. If anything, if Modi ji has slightest respect for Anna Hazare, then he should bring Lokpal bill all over India, including Delhi. He must instruct LG, the black Angrez, the black Angrez.
Shravan, they are caught. They are
release Jal Lokpal bill for Delhi. Why you are not doing?
As
if you are
Bhagwant
really
Mann,
against
as
corruption,
Bhagwant Mann,
which you are not,
as Bhagwant
you are
Mann
not
made the
bringing
Lokayukt
Jal
in Punjab.
Lokpal bill in
Today
Delhi.
he has the government
you are not allowing,
has asked
you are
created
not
the
bringing
Lokayukt in
Jal
lobby
Lokpal
for.
bill in India. If you are
Why don't you bring
really
a
interested
Lokayukt
to
in
eradicate
Punjab?
corruption, you
The
will
kind
bring.
you had said
But
we
you
want to
will
bring in
not
Delhi.
bring, because
Why don't you bring it in
have
Punjab?
got the biggest corrupt party title of
Why
India.
don't you
see,
bring the
don't want to do
Lokayukt
anything
in
against it.
Punjab?
And then I tell you, I guarantee you, Anna Hazare doesn't know
Okay, Akil Khan
about
got
this
it. Akil,
policy.
but
He was just asked to give something in writing and he is given. He doesn't know anything.
Okay. Thank you very much, Akil Khan. I'm running short of time. I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. Akil Khan, I'll have to cut you short. I'm running out of time. I have some breaking news coming in. Okay. Thank you very much, Akil Khan, Karan Verma, and also Shazia Ilbi, Binay Singh, and Dr. Sumant C. Raman for joining us on this debate, as well as Manaswi. Thank you very much.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Goa police has confirmed that a team of police officials will go to Hazare today to verify certain allegations that have been levelled and certain suspicions that have been raised by Phogat's family. Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij has said that Sonali Phogat's family has given a letter to the Chief Minister demanding a CBI inquiry into the matter, in which the family has levelled serious allegations that big faces can be involved in this particular murder.
सोनाली फोगाट का परिवार आके मुख्यमंत्री से मिला था और उन्होंने एक पत्र दिया था जिसमें उन्होंने मांग की है कि इसमें कुछ बड़े चेहरे भी शामिल हो सकते हैं इस हत्याकांड के पीछे, इसलिए इसकी सीबीआई से जांच करवाई जाए। तो उसके पत्र के आधार पर हमने गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री को, गोवा सरकार को हमने लिख दिया है कि इसकी हम सीबीआई जांच की स्ट्रॉन्गली रिकमेंड करते हैं कि इसकी सीबीआई जांच करवाई जाए। नहीं, अब उनका पत्र है, उसी आधार पर हमने गोवा की सरकार को लिखा है।
The Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are both holding protests on the premises of the Delhi Assembly building and are both accusing one another of corruption. The MLAs set up beneath the monument of Mahatma Gandhi, while the BJP MLAs began their sit-in near the sculptures of legendary freedom fighters Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev inside the Delhi Assembly grounds. Aam Aadmi Party legislators were holding overnight protests outside the Delhi Assembly premises amid an ongoing war of words between the two parties on allegations of corruption. The Aam Aadmi Party is demanding a probe against the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Sena for allegedly pressuring two of his employees to exchange demonetized currency notes worth 1,400 crore rupees.